The hard set limit that he leaves. Wow. And then it's like a refresh, new area. If you lose it, all right, you're even, whatever. Versus like, dude, if I pull up with like $500, I'm not leaving unless I'm up like $2,000. Like, bro, because I'm like, yo, I'm not walking out of the casino up $100. If I come in with 5 and I'm up 100, what a lame ass fuck it. I leave the casino, yeah, really cashed out big today. Really ran them for their money. I profited 1/5 of what I came in with. I gotta be up double.
Curious situation. I'm trying to positively identify somebody who may or may have or may be using a fake ID. So I've got 2 names, 2 Nevada driver's licenses.
What's the most you've ever won? Online gambling or regular gambling? Most I've ever lost in a day, $2,000. Most I've ever won in a day, $2,500. I'm not like Aiden Ross, bro, or XQC. I'm not like going out there fucking throwing $100K on the table. I'll be up or down like $1,000.
Numbers and all that. If there's a chance.
You lost 8K to Jason. That doesn't count. That's not, bro, I'm saying casino gambling. Yes, okay, all time, yeah, I lost $8,000 to Jason the Ween. All right, fucking, yeah, we gotta always bring that up every other fucking day. Yes, I lost $8,000 to Jason the Ween. On a bet. It was a bet. It was gambling. Yes. Fine, sure. I lost $8,000.
So I could have you run both and see if any of them come back and maybe send me...
And the YouTube video did terrible, so I didn't make the money back.
Pictures.
I did not make that money back.
Pictures in an email of what their IDs come back as?
Yep.
Huh. That is super weird. Do you see resemblance in those?
Yeah.
Yeah, that is...
But yeah, they're...
Are you up or down all time? What a stupid question. Buddy, down. Down. Are you kidding me? I don't even know how much I'm down. Down. Surely. Fucking what the hell? If I go into a casino, if I gamble, there's like a 1 in 4 chance I'm going up. Like I'm leaving up. There's like a 1 in 2 I'll be up at any point, but then I'll keep gambling and lose it.
Yeah.
That's super weird. So I have a feeling these are both the same guy, but he has different IDs. That's crazy. Because their software here, they have this facial recognition software here at the Peppermill.
Why would he go through all of it? If he got trespassed for, like, cheating, I would get him having a fucking fake ID to, like, scan the system, go back into Peppermill, and keep gambling. Why the fuck would he get a fake ID so he could go gamble at a casino that he got kicked out of for fucking falling asleep? Why would anyone do that?
And he came back as a 100% match for the character who was previously trespassed.
Yeah,
So this is definitely a weird one. So I have a feeling he's somehow making some fake identification or something, but I mean, if you're pulling them up, then they're legitimate.
Yeah, they're both through the DMV at least. He's somehow able to get them.
Because it's 2 different people! Oh my god! Yo, these people should not be cops. Holy fuck. What? Yo, because it's 2 different people, bro. Yeah, dude, these are both 2 real IDs, both registered at the DMV. You can't fake that shit. If they're both at the DMV, bro, you have to fucking borderline do a blood sacrifice to get a fucking ID at a DMV. Are you kidding me? You go into a DMV, you need every fucking thing you've ever done in your entire life on a fucking pen and paper to hand that over so you can get a fucking ID.
This discovery that both Michael and Jason's IDs are legitimate, Officer Jagger calls his supervisor, once again explaining that the Peppermill's AI technology came back with a 100% match that Jason and Michael are the same person.
Then this guy that they have now detained presents a different ID with a different name, Jason Killinger, and that has a matching photo for him now. I mean, the photos are different photos, but they look like the same exact guy. The only difference is one has a chin goatee.
One has a chin goatee, bro. They look so different. In this, they look so different, bro. You think if you shave... Bro, this guy looks at least 15 years older. At least.
That both
But definitely super weird. So all of these driver's licenses are both valid. So either he is who he says he is, and he's not actually ever actually trespassed, which I doubt because their software is pretty cool. And
yo, this guy, Yo, this guy's got fucking money into AI stocks. This guy has money in AI stock. There's no way. There's no way. Yo, the AI is pretty cool, so you know it can't be wrong.
And the fact that he's acting super suspicious. Two,
how is he act? The entire conversation they had, he was like, "I'm not that guy."
I just have a feeling somehow maybe he's got a hookup at the DMV where he's got 2 different driver's licenses that are registered with the Department of Motor Vehicles with different names and dates of birth. So, yeah.
Yo, he would be a criminal mastermind if he had if he was able to register 2 different identities and have different photos of himself that he's using. Like, bro, this guy would be doing other shit than fucking gambling at the Peppermill Casino.
Guess I'll arrest him on that and then just list him as a John Doe and then have him booked in for a wins check. Alrighty, well, that solves that. So you guys got a...
Well, another job well done. Time to go watch Quebble Cop AI when I get home.
Yeah, well,
Came out with a new Minecraft video.
we got filled up right.
And then,
we got the statement and all that good stuff.
statement
ready.
already done. Easy peasy. So, right now, because I can't identify you, man. It's weird. Because, essentially it looks like you have 2 names. I don't know, man.
He's laughing.
So, I can't identify you. Unfortunately, that means that they can't cite you.
Officer Jagger collects Jason's things, which includes his driver's license, a Peppermill
Casino chip.
player's card in the name Jason Killinger, and a debit card from his credit union in the name of Jason Killinger.
If you can't be cited, then you are arrested. So,
All of his cards, all of his fucking debit cards and credit cards also have his actual name. Bro.
I'm arrested?
yep, I'm going
Yo, this is the dumbest thing I've ever seen.
Going to jail?
Yep.
Are you kidding me?
I'm not a joker,
And then what? He's gonna sit in jail. They're gonna fingerprint him. They're gonna be like, "Oh fuck, dude, you're right."
man. So, you'll be arrested and you'll get fingerprinted up at the jail, and then they'll be able to discern your identity and work the mix.
Oh my god, no, dude. I mean, he's a gambler, bro. He's got to be seeing money signs right now. I feel like he should be happy. He should be like, "All right, yeah, let's go down there."
Up is with this stuff. I'll be 100% honest. Could legitimately be you have a doppelganger running around, but they are
Nah, he's sitting down now. That smirk.
strikingly similar.
Oh my god, bro. He's like, "I'm gonna call up my lawyer. I gotta make sure I got his hold up. Do I have his contact still?"
And enough, their fancy AI technology that
Can't figure
reads
it out.
faces. No, it says it's a 100% match, but at this point,
You know that technology, it's pretty cool, man. Let me tell you, they showed me it. It's pretty cool.
our hands are tied because, you know,
That-
a reasonable and prudent person would, based off the software, based off the pictures, based off of even your driver's license picture, make the reasonable conclusion that all 3 are the same.
I would get the cop doing this if this guy looked like somebody, like who's a person that looks like no one else, like Danny DeVito. Like if this was Danny DeVito, you know, 4'8", 85 years old, you know, like just so recognizable, I'd go, okay, you know, I get this, him trusting the AI software. This guy could be a million other people.
In person,
Yeah,
just
Shaq. 7 foot tall Shaq comes walking through the door.
2 different IDs
Can
with 2
you
different
look
names.
at the back of the IDs? Because I have all the endorsements except for motorcycle and hazmat.
Okay,
Other than that, I got all the endorsements.
but that's the thing is
Is his a CDL?
so that's the thing is it's a either someone else is using your stuff or you're using somebody else's stuff, and unfortunately,
Or they're just 2 different people and the AI is wrong. Oh my god.
you look too much like the guy in that picture, so much so that the fancy computer that does
I guarantee you that, bro, that is a Dell. I literally see the PC. The PC running this AI right now. Maybe it's a different PC or something, chat, but like that is a desk piece. That is a desktop computer right now. It is laying on its side. That is some old fucking fart piece of shit.
all the face scanning of everybody who walks in this casino.
I guarantee you that. I guarantee you that is a fucking like a fucking 1060 in that goddamn computer.
Oh, I know.
Makes the same determination that my feeble human brain does. So
Oh, this guy wants to like fuck a robot or something. Like, what's going on here? My feeble human brain can't do what this fantastic, pretty cool AI could do.
Jason's ID is a Nevada Real ID driver's license. In order to obtain a Nevada Real ID driver's license, a person must present themselves at the DMV with proof of identity such as a birth certificate or a current U.S.
Oh, what you would normally bring to a DMV?
themselves at the DMV with
Yeah,
proof
yeah. Proof of identity. It's not even just a birth certificate, bro. You have to pull up to the DMV with like previous bills. Your social security number, your fucking birth certificate, your original birth certificate. You have to show up with like fucking everything.
of identity such as a birth certificate or a current U.S. passport or U.S. passport card, a social security card, and 2 documents proving Nevada residence.
I can't believe I'm going through this. All I want to do is play some goddamn dice and make some money.
Yeah.
If I got a check stub from my work,
check stub.
yeah, would that prove it to you guys?
Honestly, man,
No.
the only way is can you get your fingerprint down?
Later, Jason would reveal that along with a check stub in his vehicle, he also had a current vehicle registration for his car in his name, a Department of Transportation medical card, a Teamsters Local 533 union card, and a valid vehicle insurance card. All
This guy had more than the average person does, proving he's him. Like, bro, they're treating him like he's some teenager that doesn't have a license, has never held a job, and is just like broken into a building, and they just don't know who this person is.
in his name. Officer Jagger's police report would later state that, quote, due to John Doe having conflicting identification, he lacked satisfactory evidence to reasonably assure me that he was who he claimed to be.
It's not me. I don't know what the
Yeah, it's one of those. Like I said, man, if it turns out that it's not you, it's one of those ones you can call the director and be like, "Hey, man, your software is made it a critical error."
Yeah, you can leave a bad review on Yelp.
This is what my tax dollars are paying for?
It's not built for comfort.
Dude.
It's not built for comfort, pal. Very sorry.
Before he leaves, another officer arrives at the casino, and Officer Jagger takes the opportunity to once again explain the situation.
It's super weird because this poor guy might be like legitimately somebody else, and something else. I don't know. It's weird call.
Soon, Officer Jagger begins the drive to the Washoe County Detention Facility.
I'll be honest, I don't know what to think because usually those systems are pretty good. Like,
Right.
we've used those systems in the past to catch homicide suspects.
Sure.
It would be really funny if Jason just started like maniacally laughing in the backseat.
So,
And he just doesn't respond.
like, they're fairly reliable. So if it comes back, you know, one angle on your face, it was 99%. The other one was 100%.
Is that right?
Yeah, so it's like, it says that you're that guy.
Well, unless I've gone crazy, I'm pretty sure it's not me.
Yeah. You seem like a stand-up guy, and it's probably a really terrible case of mistaken identity.
I can't believe I've been arrested. I've never been arrested. Never. Not once. What the good is the ID then? Why do I even carry that mother?
Valid.
That one young security guard, man, like a robot. That's what pisses me off.
Yeah. The kid that was wearing the red jacket and he looked like he was like 20.
Office because they don't think, you know. Like, well, this is what I was taught. Use your head. And then people aren't smart enough to think for themselves. They're just not.
Yep. Fortunately, it's the world we live in.
Dude, he's like such a nice guy, too.
If all goes well, you should be out of those cuffs in the next, hopefully, 8 to 10 minutes.
Okay, good.
All right, imagine plot twist, though. They're like, all right, let's get you fingerprinted. He burned all his fingerprints off.
Because some
I would immediately switch sides. I'd be like, wait, what?
asshole that looks like me was sleeping
Maybe he is counting the system.
in the casino. It's not me.
Despite Jason's continued protests, Officer Jagger hands him off to the jail staff. Jason's fingerprints were soon submitted for analysis.
Best of luck, man.
Best of luck.
Sorry.
One camp? That's okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, we need 35 cops here.
That's weird.
It's super weird. So it's one of those ones like I genuinely, like I kind of believe him.
Yeah.
It wasn't long before the fingerprint analysis conclusively established that Jason had been telling the truth all along, and he was in fact Jason Killinger. Later that same day, around 4 p.m., Jason was released from the jail on...
Imagine he's walking out, he's like, oh, maybe I wasn't lying that it was me. Oh, interesting. Oh, the fingerprints. Oh, the pretty fancy AI.
his own recognizance. The day after his release on September 18, 2023, he went to renowned urgent care Vista, where he was diagnosed with a strain of both the right and left shoulder
Oh, he got injured too? Clutch.
and contusions on both wrists. On July 30th, 2025, Jason
He pulls up to court wearing a neck brace. Just fucking really leans into it.
filed a complaint
Oh, dude, the handcuffs.
in federal court
Started banging my head on the wall. I couldn't move.
against Reno police officer Richard Jagger. While at the jail and after his identity had been confirmed, his arrest papers were changed from John Doe to Jason Killinger. The federal complaint states that this meant Jason would be prosecuted for trespassing, even though Michael had been the only one who was trespassed. According to the complaint, Jason's charge of trespassing was eventually dismissed.
Oh, I was going to say, what? They're kicking him out for looking like another guy?
However, he
Like
now
he's actually getting trespassed?
has a criminal record.
He actually, that stays on his criminal record? Bro, he had to have sued for so much money. He had to have sued for so much money.
According to the complaint, facial recognition technology has led to wrongful arrests in Louisiana, New Jersey, Maryland, and Texas. Many cities now conclude that for an arrest, there has to be some kind of secondary corroborating evidence that is unrelated before there can be sufficient justification to arrest. Jason Killinger's case remains ongoing. If you'd like
Damn, should I start, like, making myself look like other people? And just, like, really suspiciously wander around in Atlantic City? Just go to casinos, just, like... until a security guard walks up to me. Sir, are you Jonathan? No. Yeah, you are. No, I'm not. Yeah, with a trench coat on? No, that'd be scary. Wait, I want to look this up. It's going to be, like, an undisclosed amount. I hate when they do that. I hate when it's, like, this person sued, and then it's like, oh, we don't know how much money he got. Lame. Lame. How much money do you think he would actually get from that? Bro, I feel like it'd be like maybe like 100K. Nah, not like million. Bro, it's not $3 million. It's really hard to sue. And you're suing a casino that has a shitload of lawyers.
In Vietnam, catching a ride home.
Wow, and they would just hang out with humans. Do you think they perceive the humans as different from themselves? I always wonder that about, like, apes. Like, if you lived with a bunch of gorillas, would they be like, this guy's weird? Or would they see you as one of them? Like, obviously, like, a cat would see you as different. But, like, if you're, like, a lot of apes are very similar to humans. Would they just be like, that's a big human? And he's kind of pale.
Up there is a monkey gathering coconuts. It's been going on for more than 400 years. God.
They've been doing this shit since the 1600s? Who was the first motherfucker to try and teach a monkey to grab a coconut? Wow.
It's just shredding through that tree in absolute seconds.
You think he's
I will say this is the most impressive thing that I've seen in 2026.
very gentle while he's doing that. He's just like moving his hands like that. Not even
We are only 9 days in.
shouting or anything.
Right, the monkey just doing what it does.
Yeah. He said like the monkeys already know what to do, but he also like help to guide a little bit too. So
Like this seems to be far more working monkeys than the ones that we saw getting trained up. They don't have to sort of yell at them that much. They
Andrew
just
Fraser gets knocked out by falling coconut. Wow, these monkeys really are very fascinating. Oh! Just fucking one bonks him right on the head. Unripe too. Just a hard green coconut. It's gotta be, in the 400 years of them doing this, there has to be a colorblind monkey that really sucks at this and just fails out of the coconut school.
And these two are big adult males. They make the apprentice monkeys look like they're on training wheels. They're huge, strong, and they just blitz through trees.
Oh, these are like they're not even adults. These are like teenage monkeys.
Strong, and they just blitz through trees. Can you ask him if he's ever been hit by a coconut?
Yeah, sometimes. Or just sometimes when they hit the tree and then, like, you know, just hit him too. Sometimes. But that is it. Like, you have to be very cautious. You have to focus.
Would that shit kill you? I know people die from falling coconuts every year, but like if that monkey threw the coconut and it like hit you in the head, would you just die on the spot? I feel like you wouldn't die. Even if it's like 50 feet. I mean, how heavy is the coconut?
We're told pretty bluntly that the meaner the monkey, the better they are for harvesting. And honestly,
What?
I can see why. These guys move at an absurd pace. You're filming below, and it's just non-stop thud of coconuts hitting around you.
Like his monkey
I don't know. I wonder, like, do you think they find it fun?
they are very well trained, right? So one monkey can harvest about 1,000 coconuts a day.
1,000 a day? Nah, they're making this motherfucker work a 9 to 5. 1,000 a day. I mean, a tree probably has like 30. Or like at least 10. So they're doing like 100 trees. That probably doesn't take them 8 hours if they're quick.
It is wild. They don't even really seem to come down. They just jump from tree to tree. They do kind of just take breaks up there every now and then, think about which one they want to knock down. But
Yeah, they just start jerking off. Just a quick smoke break up at the top. Bro, they do that. Have you ever seen the videos? Bro, no, monkeys do that shit. I swear to God. Dude, okay, don't look it up. But you know he's up there, bro. Guy's like, come on, man. You haven't fucking it. Oh, why is it raining?
And as we drive around the area, we run into harvester after harvester. These little Honda bikes with a sidecar for coconuts. And you pull up and you see the monkeys just hanging out in the trees and collecting the coconuts. So again, guys, similar kind of setup. A couple of these trikes. Big boy monkeys, males. Mainly, apparently females and males can do this job, but the males seem to be the choice selection. They're rocking.
Holy fuck! That one of them grabbed that many in that amount of time? Dude, that's like 100.
Until midday. It is getting hot right now, so I bet they're about to take a break and just look at all those coconuts. Like, that is thousands of coconuts these guys have cleared out.
All right, I don't know about thousands, Andrew. I think we might need to take a class on counting. I'd go maybe 120.
There's monkeys working all around this area, and it does seem to be a pretty much thriving community of them. Oh la la. Every time it's a big adult male.
Yo, that one does look bulky as fuck, you know what I mean? He's kind of like that hippo from Madagascar.
He's a big one, huh?
I feel like he'd walk out some hardcore. Oh, God, their buttholes are always just out, bro. Damn. Why are you staring? I don't know. It's the entire backside of the monkey, bro. Now you're making me rewind to go look at its butthole, dude. What the fuck? Yo, like that shit. Stop. I'm moving forward.
These coconut trees is like about 100 years old plus.
Wow.
Because
They're
this
that old?
area is like, it's not modern farming. So you can see that it's not like in the same line, just like other provinces that we drove past, right? So you can see like, this is not very well organized because it's like nature.
Right.
In the West, we have a long tradition of working animals. Herding dogs, cattle dogs, horses pulling loads and racing, falcons used for hunting. And we don't see those really as shocking. We see it as kind of normal, charming even, as tradition.
Yeah. No, it really is like the same. It is the same thing.
And we don't see those really as shocking. We see it as kind of normal, charming even, as tradition. And the difference seems pretty simple. Dogs are working animals to us. Monkeys in our minds are supposed to be wild, supposed to belong in the jungle. But here in
Yeah, because we've never lived around them, but if you're around them all the time, you'd be like, oh, that's normal.
southern Thailand, that distinction doesn't really exist. For generations, people have raised monkeys to work alongside them. This practice goes back well over 100 years. And today, by law...
Holy fuck! Talk about a Fast and Furious jump. I mean, he was confident in that.
This
Wow.
practice goes back well over 100
I would not have done that.
years.
Holy shit, dude. That was like a... What if that shit snapped?
And today, by law, the monkeys are bred in captivity. They're raised from young, treated like family. One handler told me his monkey sleeps in his house with him. They don't describe this as labor, but as skill. Something to be respected, to take pride in. They even compete to see whose monkey is the best.
How long has he done?
No fucking way. They have... Dude, this is just like a dog competition. Like where you have dogs just like see how far they can jump into a pool. Or like they go through those obstacle courses.
Guys, I've got to admit, I sort of came here thinking that I would come away with a very, very negative perception of this. And it hasn't been the case at all. Like when you talk to these guys, they insist that they treat these things like they're their babies. They sleep with them, they're not kept in cages, they're out there in the coconuts. And
I don't know, man. It really ruined the dynamic if I walked into my monkey jerking off. I think that would be an immediate vibe killer. It's like when your dog humps you. It's just like, ugh, no, no. Dude, that's a top 5. That's got to be like a top 5, top 3 most awkward thing everybody experiences is going over one of your friend's house and they have a male dog that just starts fucking humping your leg, dude. That shit, and you're like trying to walk away and it just fucking grabs onto you, dude. It's like a wrestler just fucking hunkering down on your leg, man. It sucks. And you're just sitting there like, ugh, no. I ain't doing that shit, bro. I'm going to scream at that dog. If a dog starts humping me, I'm going, no! No!
seems like a pretty symbiotic relationship between the handlers, the monkeys. It's been a tradition.
Joe's dealt with a hard banana. Yeah, then they get a red rocket. Oh, God, dude, that shit's fucking disgusting.
Here for up to 400 years. It provides livelihoods for the locals. I think there's something kind of compelling about it. And when you read online, you hear the negative sides of these stories. You're told that these monkeys are ripped away from their mothers as babies so that they're easier to train. People are uncomfortable with a wild animal being used for sort of labor. And I can't verify, a lot of the monkeys here supposedly are now bred in captivity.
I think that's the distinguishing factor, is if this has been like, if they're taking them from the wild and training them, that's different than if they've been bred for 300-400 years to be monkeys that work like and live side by side with humans, you know, because then they're starting to like distinguish themselves from wild apes.
But at the very least, I think it's more ambiguous than it is being portrayed as by some of the people out there on the internet.
There is also a practical reality as well. These coconut groves are ancient. Some of these trees are several hundred years old and they stretch as far as you can see. There are hundreds of
Oh, wow, this doesn't even look real.
thousands of
These are all coconut trees?
acres of ancient coconut grove in Surat Thani. It is the entire ecosystem.
Is it still common for people to use these monkeys to harvest the coconuts, or is it something that's kind of dying out?
Yeah, he said
At
it's
some point, there's going to be a machine that'll do it.
still pretty common around here.
And without trained monkeys, well, the alternative would be to cut them down. Replace these ecosystems with the tiny micro trees that are springing.
Oh, see, that's what I've seen. I've never actually been, like, I've never been to Asia, but I've been to, like, the Caribbean where there's coconut trees, and they're always, like, what, like 15, 20 feet? Like, I've never seen a coconut tree this high.
Replace these ecosystems with the tiny micro trees that are springing up everywhere else. And I think that's where things get kind of complicated.
They only can use the monkey in this area, cannot go other area. They'll get arrested by the police.
Really?
Yeah, because of the, 2 or 3 years ago of the news, like the trading between Thailand and the US, I think. Yeah, they're strictly forcing the laws.
Crazy, huh? So they're really cracking down on this way of life.
Yes, and it's like just not.
The monkeys get arrested or the people? Sewer water, take a guess. Take a guess. Sewer water, gun to your head. Do you think the human's gonna get arrested for leaving the area and harvesting coconuts, or the monkey?
Look, I get it. Monkeys are incredibly intelligent animals. It can suck to see them on a leash. Watching them work, it can make us feel uncomfortable. But is this really so different from dogs and horses and falconry? Or is it just something that's not that familiar to us? It starts to feel like this double standard. Like, Animal labor is acceptable when it fits our Western traditions, but when it doesn't, then it's abuse.
These babies should.
Well, the weirdest thing about horse races is they're really fucking. Horses are like driven to the fucking brink, bro. And they're young. Like when you see those horse racers, the only thing is like they have to work that hard for the first 2 years of their life. And to my knowledge, I don't even think the owners of those horses make that much money from the racing itself. Obviously, they're betting, but the money maker is when that horse is done, they just sell that horse to fuck for like 10 years.
Be cradled by their mothers, but they're prisoners.
The statement is by PETA, and normally I don't go with stuff that PETA says.
And in the end, this debate, I don't think it's going to matter for that much longer anyway. The new laws are already being put in place. It feels like Thailand.
Dude, that's the problem with PETA too, is like they'll have things that aren't crazy, but like PETA gets clowned on so hard because they take offense to everything. Somebody said I missed the old PETA. That's what I'm saying. It's like what they stand for isn't bad, but it's like PETA will be commenting about shit that's like not bad a lot of the time. And so then people just clown on them.
And is ready to move on. And the old groves, they're beginning to disappear also. Bit by bit, they're getting replaced with those short, stumpy trees. Something that can be easily harvested by a machine, benefiting from the new economics.
You see these short-ass coconut trees? These are the sort of modern plantations. They don't grow high at all, and you can just pick them right away.
Yeah, humans just pick them.
And so if you feel uncomfortable...
I will say, I didn't know this existed where they could just have micro trees. I feel like they should just do this, but I do understand there's literally like thousands of acres of land of these tall-ass trees.
About this at all. Let me just reassure you that I think this is a tradition and a practice that is going to just naturally die out. Anyway, fortunately...
It's going to naturally die out because it is just less efficient. Like, it makes more sense long-term to just have fields of smaller trees that you could just have a human pick them or a machine even come by.
Or unfortunately, depending upon the way you look at it, this is the future. It's just so much easier. So I guess I'm just happy I get to document this whilst it still hangs around.
Wow, what a fun fucking video to watch. Fucked up in the beginning, too. More questionable near the end, but what seems to be a reliable and good way to harvest will be replaced by diesel burning machines. Makes sense to this day and age. While the monkeys untying the knots this day is really insane. No, that was the craziest part. Like, that was the most impressive thing, was its capability to untie and crawl through knots to be able to like untangle itself. Next video chat, lock in.
These self-proclaimed spicy workouts have gained a lot of traction recently and now get thousands of views as people look to get fit through their computer screens, which makes sense. That's like,
I just don't think the way you get fit is through doing TikTok dances. You could look to get fit through your computer screen, but like that's just like calisthenic shit. Like you could literally like go work out. You just need like a steel bar or a tree branch. Fucking work out. Push-ups, sit-ups, body squats, individual leg squats, running.
Modern TikTok stuff. You know what I've been seeing a lot too? A lot of these like at-home like treadmills, bikes and everything, they all have like virtual, like you're running on a trail. You watch the big screen. But that's like some of the workouts of like them like looking back to you. Come on, you're almost there, come on.
Collecting coins.
My life is like a video game. Yeah, that deal. In the modern age of fitness classes, it seems that people will do just about
I think you don't need a video game for that shit either, too. Like, if I ever go on a run, I give myself something in the distance that I need to pass before I could slow down. And then if I pass it and I don't feel like utter shit, I will then give myself another, like, mailbox or tree that I need to reach, like, 200 meters away. I feel like you just have to consistently do that over and over again, and then it just gets easy.
Anything before they pick up a weight. Not me, dude. I'm ripped. I'm swole as shit.
People noticed on Reddit.
See?
Ooh. Put those guns away, man. Oh.
I do wonder what Papa Me could bench press.
You can crush a watermelon.
Kangaroo jumping is a new wave of exercise.
215? I would guess 3, bro. I think Papa Me could bench 3 plates each side.
That has been sweeping.
Oh my god! Oh my god, this is what I was talking about earlier.
The nation. It essentially involves putting on modified moon boots and jumping around. Right? That's what it is. But it's still cool. Workouts vary from rapid jumping or jumping to the beat of a song or kicking your legs up super high. One more time, we're gonna...
Bro, Howie Mandel is just fucking collecting achievements, dude, on Steam. Why is he on everything? He's on the Kai Cenat Mafiathon. He's on America's Got Talent. He's on Deal or No Deal. He's on the news. He's on random YouTubers' videos.
If it feels as embarrassing as it looks, you may want to sit this one out because many classes take place in public parks or parking lots. It's grown into an international phenomenon and even went viral online for a series of parking lot kangaroo class videos featured an instructor adorned in a wolf mask alongside wolf-themed music.
Right outside the liquor store. I'm walking outside. I just rip a fucking sidewalk slammer. I just buy a fucking 40-ounce fucking Colt 45. Just sit outside with a paper bag. Just be like, yeah, this workout's ass.
What really draws people in are supposed benefits, which include the claim that kangaroo jumps reduce running injuries, making it easier for people to do cardio. While studies show that it aids in reducing injuries in novice runners, there are no long-term studies confirming it has any actual impact on reducing injuries as a whole. A workout that does have some proven benefits, however...
Yo, you playing the drums on a yoga ball, that's how you know you've missed the plot, right? I just gotta say that. If I'm at the gym and I have signed up for a course class and I see there's a trash can with a fucking yoga ball and they hand me drumsticks, I've lost it, okay? I don't know what my life is anymore. That's where I would immediately dissociate in that moment. Like, what the hell are we doing? And there's somebody that literally planned an hour workout session of this. 10 sets of fucking jamming out.
The name might sound intense, but it's actually super simple. All you need is an exercise ball and 2 drumsticks. Classes
you are utterly burning no calories doing this. I hate to be that guy. If you want to do this for a fun social activity, that's fine. If you're planning on getting in shape and you pull up and they're handing you a yoga ball and 2 drumsticks, walk out of the fucking room and hit the treadmill.
Usually involve
you're not burning calories doing that.
People drumming to the beats of songs for long periods of time while dancing around the ball.
I can feel it. Come on, Jessica. You need the rhythm. It's do-doon, not do-doon. Okay? If you're gonna, I understand this is a workout session, but we all need to be on pace together. A lot of it's audio, okay? And I hear you fucking up the beat.
For those looking for a more intense workout, some instructors will have you plank or squat on the ball while drumming. It might seem ridiculous, but there are some studies that show the exercise has significant benefits for cardiovascular health, hand-eye coordination, and stress reduction. Cardio drumming is also a great option for kids and older people, as it's super simple and low intensity, easy on the joints, all that jazz. And as people start to turn out new ideas, as people start to run out of new ideas, modern fitness classes become increasingly absurd. Bungee fitness classes strap you into a harness so that you can jump, squat, and literally fly around the...
Bro, but that's where I think we've missed it. And I know some people need it to be fun for it to be, like, I guess, motivating. But I don't think working out is meant to be fun, right? At least the way I perceive it. When you're done working, the benefit of working out is looking better and feeling better, right? If you're going to a workout class and it's hard as shit, it's not fun. It sucks. They're screaming at you the whole time. When you're done, you get a runner's high. And you're calming down, your heart rate's lowering, and you feel fucking better. Like, I'm not going in to be like, yeah, I really just want to be able to talk to my friends and go on a bike. Like, at that point, just go on a walk.
Goddamn room. It's ridiculous. The class isn't as inclusive as people who are too overweight cannot join the...
You can't hate it, though. Some people won't do it. I get that. But, like, then it's not even really like this is getting them in shape. It's more the primary benefit is, like, money, right? This is getting people to sign up for a gym membership and classes versus actually getting in better shape. And yes, it introduces them to the gym world, but it's like, if this is all they're doing, because there is a heavy difference, but if you've ever been to a gym, there's a heavy difference between people that work out at a gym and have a gym membership and people that take gym classes. Every gym I've ever been to, the second the class is over, everyone leaves. They show up and stand in front of the fucking class and wait for the class to start. The second the class is over, they leave. They don't work out before, they don't work out after, right? So whatever they're getting there is all they're getting. So if instead of actually having them work out and you're making them have fun, like, yeah, they're burning 100 calories, that's fucking 4 Oreos, bro. They're going to go home and gain that right back. Like, they're not actually getting any substantial, meaning out of this.
Class due to the potential safety risk. Fall on the goddamn ground like a sack of bricks. Many classes list the weight limit as 240 pounds, with some allowing 300-pound participants. The more weight, the higher potential for damage being done to the structural integrity of the building. One class even apologized
structural integrity of the building
to people who were too big to join, explaining that they had consulted engineers about reinforcing the building, but were told it wasn't possible. That would be in that category. Oh, okay.
Do you think that was just instructors telling people they couldn't? Just like, sorry, we had engineers come out, we can't.
Yeah, an engineer, a guy who built the building, said that the building will literally break. It'll cause the building to break. Me and all these petite people, we're gonna jump around for a bit. You can watch, but don't move. Dear God, don't move. Despite that, it's still super popular and has a long list of benefits, including building muscle, improving posture, better balance, and weight loss. Sometimes it's good to step back and separate yourself from all the insanity of some workout classes and go back to the classic, like yoga. As you can imagine, however, some people are not satisfied with just basic yoga classes. They can spice things up with
It's supposed to be like meditative. It's supposed to be like, it's not supposed to be stimulating, like mentally. I feel like it's something where you're like, hey, you're going to sit in this pose for 5 minutes. Why are we adding fucking farm animals into the, what?
Goat yoga. It's exactly what it sounds like. Yoga with goats. People claim that it's great for lowering stress and strengthening your core. There's also goats in the room. What they don't tell you is that the major risk of being in the close proximity of a farm animal is people regularly get peed and pooped on.
Oh my God.
Which has led to having some asthma attacks or even vomiting. There's also a goat in the room. Not to mention,
starts pissing on your back. I mean, that, like, yeah, that's really going to make me want to come back to the goat yoga set.
Goats are extremely stubborn and will,
when the goat starts fucking dry humping my back and starts pooping on me,
bite, ram, and climb all over you, leaving bruises and cuts from their hooves. The craze was super popular roughly 10 years ago and has been going strong since then, with multiple ranches being
surely there's got to
built for the...
Bro, why is that one's butthole so out? There's surely got to be a better animal for yoga. What's like a better animal for yoga than a goat? Like a capybara? I feel like that's hard to obtain. Cats? No, they wouldn't even, like, maybe a dog. I feel like a dog. Like, get, like, specially trained dogs and then do yoga with them. I feel like cats would be bad. They wouldn't want to be, maybe if they were really friendly cats.
Sole purpose of goat yoga.
And just want to, like, jump on people.
There's also a goat there.
Do you think the instructor's a goat too?
I would be pissed if not. I walked in the class and there wasn't a goat with a little head.
Alligator yoga? Yeah, why don't we do that? Why don't we change the yoga? See, this is what I would rather have. We're going to do a yoga class, right? But you're going to be on, like, a raised platform 7-8 feet off the ground. And in the bottom of the area is going to be a loose saltwater crocodile. That's like 10 feet long, 20 feet, or 15 feet long, 1,000 pounds. It hasn't eaten all day. If you fuck up the pose and give up, they lower you 5 inches. And every time you mess up, they get you closer and closer to the crocodile.
Another weird form of yoga is laughter yoga, which hardly involves any yoga at all. It's basically just a string of simple breathing exercises.
Oh, yeah, sorry, I can't hang out. I got laughter yoga later. I'm going to go sit in an office room with some random person and just go,
It's usually done standing and uses a lot.
That pisses me off.
A lot of ridiculous hand movements. Most of the hand movements are used as a warm-up before a series of creepy laughing exercises.
Yes. Hi, my name is Vicky.
You don't understand the premise of laughter yoga. Hey, my name's Joe. Everybody starts laughing. The fuck's funny?
And I have breast cancer. And I have breast cancer.
Very good. Very good. Yay!
The supposed benefits include better.
What? Nah, that isn't real. They like share like issues or trauma in their life and they just laugh at each other.
Cardiovascular health and boosting your immune system. It can even be used as a coping mechanism for stress or anxiety.
Put your hands like this, and we're gonna unzip with a sound. Gonna open it up. Take your brains.
There's somebody in the crowd that's taking it way too serious. They're actually like peeling their skin off their head. They just see it in the back. They start bleeding. Just in the back. You're like, what is that noise?
You see it? And now watch.
This exercise has a very cult-like following. Many who practice it believe
TED Talks have lost the plot. Is this new?
it can cure almost anything.
What the fuck?
That's never good. A lot of people work out to benefit their sex appeal, and alternatively, some people want to incorporate sex into the workout itself. Aerotraverse Fitness mixes erotic hip thrusting with core and pelvic floor training. Classes involve women rolling out on a yoga mat and performing all sorts of erotic movements.
People are paying for
You
this?
can expect anything from grinding, dry humping, and twerking to be performed in this classroom. It's awesome. The whole purpose is to promote.
Whoa! The following footage is workout tutorials. This is an instructor. There's dry humping.
Holistic sexual wellness and health, which claim to make your sex life better.
Yo, what are
people believe
we
that this specific
doing, bruh? This is more than just a workout, man.
type of
This
exercise
is-
brings them closer to their partners and is spiritually enriching, equating to a healthier body and soul. It is extremely popular in countries like Russia, where content creators post TikToks that gain millions of views. Most of the comments think that the whole thing is weird. However, there are a few that get sucked in. Does anybody want to grind on Mikolov?
Yo, this is surely somewhere where only women instructors exist. If you pull up, yo, I'd be mad. I gotta say that. Like, if you had a significant other that was like, yeah, I'm going to this workout area, I'd be like, what do you do? And they're like, dry hump the ground. And the instructor, I'd be like, really? You're paying for a class. I feel like it's different if it's like the instructor's like at the front of the class doing it and all the people are just like dry humping the mat. But if the instructor's like, nah, let me help you with that. Whoa. I get you could go to a doctor. You could actually have autism, go to a doctor, and then them tell you don't. Go to another one, they tell you do. But if you've been to like 15, 20 doctors and they all say you're not autistic, newsflash, you're not autistic. That's the real thing, right? It's just like, and the whole point of the video is like somebody replied to her and was like, just because you have like niche interests or you're like, a slightly weirder or quirkier person doesn't immediately equate to you have autism, right? Like, that's just your personality, right? Like, why are we LARPing having autism? That's just so fucking weird. Like, there's so many people on social media now that like actually just flat out self-diagnose. And that pisses me off. If I see somebody on social media say they self-diagnose themselves with autism, I want to peel my fucking skin off. Like, go to a doctor. Why are you saying that you have something that you don't have? Like, if you go to a doctor, they tell you don't have it, you don't fucking have it.
Down the list until they find somebody who will give their kid the diagnosis they want. And they use that diagnosis.
And then it makes people that actually are autistic get more shit. Because it's like, there's idiots like that are just fucking lying and saying they have something that they don't have.
to get an advantage on these extremely important tests. Now,
who trusts doctors? I get not wanting to trust one doctor, but if you go to 10 doctors and they all go, yeah, you're not autistic, you are a fucking jackass to go, no, I think I am.
Simple advantage is more time, which is scientifically proven to give a better result. They've run numerous double...
What's the ACT? Similar thing to the SAT.
Scientifically proven to give a better result. They've run numerous double-blind studies, and they find that 18 out of 20 times, even if the person has the same, they take both things, they'll get a higher score with the more time. So standardized starts to feel like the wrong...
I don't know. I feel like in my personal experience, if you get me more time on an exam, I'm not doing better. Because I'm never running down. If I don't know it, I don't know it. Like, I'm not going to be doing this fucking, room searching ass shit. Like, if I don't know the answer, I don't know the answer. I'm going to overthink it. Yo, actually, I think I might do worse if you gave me more time. Because if I'm sitting there for another 30 minutes, I'm going to go over all my answers and be like, I don't know, actually.
Wrong word here. Because running out of time is standard on the exam. The exam is designed so you don't have all the time to do every question. And it gives you a huge advantage. The mom asks, won't schools find out? Won't schools know this is going on? Schools don't know. That's why you have to get the 100% bonus time or 50% multiple days. So what you can also do is you can get accommodation to take the test.
Do you need to write essays in the SAT or ACT? ACT, I have no idea. I never took it. The SAT, they have a writing portion that you could opt for. I did that once. It's like a side separate test that like some colleges want. And you take it's like the regular SAT, that's your score, and then there's another test that you do that you have to write
over multiple days, which means you could literally memorize a question you don't know the answer to, leave, go home, figure out.
I took the SAT, got a 980, and then enlisted into the Marines.
Out the answer, then come back another day. There's a current accommodation people are taking right now. That's let alone if you go to their testing center. The accommodations were meant to level the playing field, but what's happening is they're tilting the playing field towards those with money and access. And it's absolutely true. While these are diagnosed at normal rates at regular schools with middle income people, they are diagnosed extremely high among wealthy students. And they are getting a structural advantage on these standardized tests that allows wealth and privilege to have a so-called higher score that allows them to beat people out for these elite colleges. Many more students, especially the affluent, get extra time to take the SAT. And what's interesting is like, there's nothing scientific about the measurement of how much time you get.
Yo, SAT day, bruh. I am so happy I don't have to take that shit anymore, bro. Oh my God. I remember waking up, dude, it was like nervous, bro. You pull up to the SAT, you're in a random ass room with no one you know, and it's just like you gotta lock in, bro. I feel like that's why I did better the last time, because the last SAT I took at a different school. I knew no one, I was in a room with random ass people. I felt like I was at the DMV, and I was just taking that shit. It makes you lock in, bro. I swear. Take the SAT somewhere where you're not comfortable. Just do both. See which one you do better at.
The test is balanced around a certain amount of time. How come like IBS is plus 50% or like ADHD is plus 100? Like there's no way to know how much time should be extra to be balanced. And so people just kind of get what they demand and what they push for. And so the power scaling gives you more, power scaling is the wrong word, but it gives you more, just a huge leg up and a way to not balance it. And I wanted to figure out like why this is happening recently, or like what was the timeline that got us here? And it started with, I think, really good intentions. So the truth is, this guy, Mark Brimehorst, in the year 2000, had a true disability. He had no hands. And so he needed extra time for the test. It was just required, okay? And so Brimehorst took...
They wouldn't give him more time and he had no hands. Are you fucking serious? Like, what a polar opposite. Bro pulls up, he has no hands. And they're like, nah, you gotta just take that shit, buddy. What the fuck? I'd be like, yo, I give this guy hours, bruh. Like, you know how hard it is to fucking fill in a bubble? No hands.
Extra time for the test. He got a good score on the GMAT. And then When it was submitted, they had marked it by saying the score is obtained under special circumstances. This is what they used to do. If you took extra time or you needed an accommodation, extra bathroom breaks, whatever, it would be fine. You get your score, but it would say this. It would just have a mark.
Wait, if you have IBS, you get more time on the SAT?
And he sued and said like that was a scarlet letter that was making him less appealing to colleges or what.
What's IBS? Irritable bowel syndrome.
Whatever.
What about alpha gal? I pull up. I can't eat mammal meat. I can't eat mammal meat.
Made his score seem less than, which I think is a fair point. Maybe people would.
They're like, okay. Do I get more time? No.
Would assume that there was something wrong with it. So once they got rid of this because of his lawsuit, that also got rid of the last barrier to being like, wait a minute, this is just better. And so rich people started to realize, wait a minute, I think there's a direct quote. The guy they called on the phone, it was basically saying like, yeah, I mean, wealthy families have realized that it's a bonus for their kids so that they're behind if they don't do it. And so now it's like an arms race where wealthy families don't want their kids to fall behind. So they're finding ever increasing wilder accommodations and reasons to get them and spending money through the nose to make that happen. So again, like, look, some students with severe anxiety can take the ACT over 4 days, and diagnosing severe anxiety
over 4 days. How are you taking it over 4 days?
Is not like a universally agreed upon test. Do you know what I'm saying? Different psychologists can say different things, and some psychologists like money. There's just this huge advantage that's like building and building and building. This has been going on for years, but now it's getting so extreme that parents are starting to really freak out because, especially if you're like in that upper middle, you can't even afford to keep up with this race. You can't afford to pay all the different psychologists to try and keep up. Some of them have to spend $10,000 for a diagnosis. Or finding a gas.
Bro, it really is annoying too, because then even like your entry letter, like when you write a paper to try and get into a college, because you usually write a paper, like that's most colleges, you have to write a paper talking about something to get in. Like they're cheating on the SAT, so their SAT score is fucking skewed. And then they're probably paying somebody to write their own college paper. So like all of their entry requirements are just fabricated. Like, these colleges are letting students in that are actually fucking stupid. And it's like, now the kids that are on paper testing lower, but are in actuality smarter, are the ones that have to go to worse universities. So that actually is kind of, do you think that'll cause like a shift later down the line where like a lot of these like higher upper echelon schools actually end up having worse students and less credibility? Because, you know, if you look at this on like a 10-year span, if people keep doing this, then like the average Harvard student is actually going to be a lot dumber than they used to be. And then like state schools are actually going to be the ones that people want to go to because state schools are actually going to have the smartest kids.
Gastroenterologist to support requests for unlimited bathroom breaks. Again, unlimited bathroom breaks with a friendly proctor is basically a license to cheat. It's a license to go to the bathroom, take out your phone, check the question, then come back. It's a license to cheat. Everyone knows this. And so I asked, I mentioned this on stream, and I asked people if they had any stories of this, and I got a ton. I picked 2, I think. Some people have parents that like have pushed them into using this. Some people have legitimate ADHD, and they feel upset because they know other people are cheating with it, and it makes them feel like they're getting roped into that bucket. There's a lot of stuff. I mean, there's a lot of people who are angry about it. This guy said, big blizzard, which you don't have to call me that in private or in public or ever. You said you wanted stories of SAT extra time, and boy, do I have some stories. I'm graduating today from a private high school in Boston, rich kid school. In my graduating class of 110 students, 25 received extra time on College Board tests. They are not underperformers in normal class. Even our valedictorian got extra time. The school encourages it too. Like when we took our practice PSATs, the students who did not finish all the questions.
Oh my God, PSAT, what a fucking shit. What a stupid fucking test. I remember PSAT days, bro. You might as well just fuck off. Put A for everything and walk out. Like, what is a PSAT? It's a practice SAT. It doesn't count. They give it to like freshmen and sophomores because they're trying to prepare you to take the SAT junior and senior year. It doesn't matter. Unless you're like a high score, unless you're getting like top in the country, you get like scholarships and shit. Like if you get like a 1550 on the PSAT, you might end up getting like money to go to school. So like try in that sense. But like if you know you're going to get like 1,000 Oh my god, it's just a wasted day. National merit, I got it. Ooh, we have a genius in chat. Oh, oh. Oh, aren't you smart? Oh, aren't you a fucking genius? Oh, aren't you fucking so smart? I got like 1,000 on the PSAT. There was a kid in my class. That got like a 700 or like a 6 something on the PSAT. And no, like the teachers don't get mad at you because they just don't care. But I remember one of my teachers, because like in the PSAT, it's actually just like at your school and it's like proctored by your teachers. One of my teachers told the kid, he was like, dude, you did worse than the average guessing rate. Like, you somehow got such a low score that it makes it seem like you knew the answers because you had to have put the wrong answer purposefully, because it's like not possible that like you could have just put A for everything and you would have done better.
They could qualify for extra time because it benefits the school to have a higher score. So even they're in on it, dude.
Like Miles Morales. Well, Miles Morales would get like a 0. Like, that's different. Like, if you get a 0 on a multiple choice test, you know the answers.
And so it's like a weird thing where wealthy schools are like helping kids towards these outcomes, which give them a structural advantage over regular people. I would like to make a bigger point. It's not just the SAT this applies to. It's all College Board tests like the PSAT and AP test.
Yeah, it's also fucking gaining info on you, dude. I remember taking the PSAT. Oh, my God. They would give you like a fucking 9-page quiz on your fucking life. Were your mom and your dad in your life? What education did they receive? What job do they currently hold? Blah, blah, blah. It's like gathering info on you to try and like pinpoint like just groups of people of like, oh, if your parents happen to be college grads, this is going to associate like to you having a higher test score or something like that.
If you do well enough on the PSAT, you can get full rides to some state colleges. I did that for ASU, by the way. Cha-ching. One of my best
PSAT, you get full rides. That's what I'm saying. Yeah.
friends.
But you have to do really well on the PSAT to get a full ride.
A great example of a student who gets extra time and really should. We took 12 AP classes together. He was always a top 3 scorer in class. Yet on test day, he gets 50% more time. For AP tests, time is what makes them hard. I can get another 10% correct if I had enough time. And this is proven, by the way. So math.
Yeah, AP tests actually, more time is useful. AP tests, you're fucking, dude, you get like 5 minutes, dude. Answer a question. Move on.
Mathematically, your score goes up by like an average of, it's like 5 to 7, something like that, if you get 50% more time. Just being able to review your answers on math questions with more time, you can just take the answers, the multiple choice answers, and reverse engineer them to find them out. You have more time to do that. You can guess and check. On reading questions, you get more time to like really study the material. I want to be...
Dude, I remember I got a 650 on both. I remember like usually when if you have an SAT, you could get a max of 800 points on reading and 800 math. And usually like some people are better at one than the other. I got dead even. I remember I got 650 on both.
Absolutely clear. My friend does not have ADHD or any other medical need for extra time. He does, however, have a prescription for Adderall, which he sells. So look, I mean, this is...
Are you allowed to take Adderall? Like, is that... Dude, I feel like that's kind of like not cheating. Like, if you don't have a prescription for Adderall, wouldn't taking Adderall and then walking into the SAT kind of be like cheating?
The shit we're seeing, bro. It's like
a performance-enhancing drug.
Boots on the ground, students are seeing this unfair application of the rules. You mentioned if someone has a story about ADHD to message you on Discord. I'm late, but I'm 29 and I was diagnosed with ADHD, dyslexia, and auditory processing issue when I was 13 or 14. Okay, had to go doctors when I was 8. My family was in a situation where they could afford the evaluation. Even after getting my diagnosis, it took longer to get meds, and my high school admission wouldn't let me take honors or AP classes because of disability.
People call this monkey trade slavery. Lock in.
Every time you buy coconut milk, you might be buying slavery.
Never buying coconut milk. Saying that. Do you guys buy coconut milk? I may have bought coconut milk like one time. Ever. That tastes terrible. What, you saying a monkey made the milk?
Every time you buy coconut milk, you might be buying slavery.
Costco will stop selling one brand of coconut milk from a Thailand-based producer.
That's what the headlines say, at least. The world is angry.
Oh my God, do they chain the monkeys to like the tree and then make them climb it to go fucking pick the coconuts?
But is this really abuse, or is this some ancient tradition that the West just doesn't understand? To find out in this episode, we're traveling
How do you even train a monkey to do that?
Across Southeast Asia, from the chaotic monkey markets of Jakarta to the ancient coconut jungles of southern Thailand. and we'll see how they're sold, trained in monkey schools, and put to work in towering...
Trained in monkey schools? They have a whole system where they train them? Do you think you could fail out? Like, how many monkeys do you think fail out of the school because they, like, don't listen? All right, I'm going to have this take off rip before... let's see if my take changes. I think if they're training them through a reward-based system and they're not, like, electrocuting them or some shit to, like, ingrain that they have to do this or they'll get hurt, I don't see this as a problem. Like, if they're just, like... Hey, they end up training the monkey to go pick the coconut, and then they give the monkey, like, a grape or something. I think that's fine. Like a dopamine reward. But if they're, like, zapping the motherfucker, and they're like, we're gonna hurt you if you don't do it. Because, I mean, that's, like, the same thing as, like, retrievers. Like, it would be, like, the same thing as a retriever dog if you did it like that. It'd be like, okay, go get the duck. And then they go pick up the duck, you give them a treat, then they go they like doing it. I think the argument then still is that monkeys are smarter, and so it's like, are you taking advantage of that?
Yatinagara Pet Market. It's basically this like zoo where you can buy anything roadside. I think my goal today...
Oh my god. Oh. See, that upsets me. Look at the puppies.
I think my goal today is to see like how many different species we can possibly see then one day just as one market.
Exotic geckos next to...
Those were fucking like flying... Were those sugar gliders?
Then one day...
What are those? They're not flying squirrels. Are they sugar gliders? What are these? Are these flying squirrels? These little things right here? How do they even catch those?
This is one market.
Exotic geckos next to someone's random house cat. All crammed together. There's sugar gliders everywhere.
Sugar glider, answer my question. Never mind.
Different varieties of squirrels too. Like just a ridiculous amount of...
Yo, I feel like this is like... Yo, it actually makes me realize... I know this is like a fucked up market. But this shit like makes me realize the amount of animals that exist that I don't know anything about. Like this looks like a skunk. This isn't a skunk. This is a squirrel.
Squirrels. Including some kind of ground squirrel that apparently stinks.
It's a squirrel that have a bad smell. We call it bajing.
I think that's a skunk.
Yeah, bajing.
A bajing. It's a squirrel with a bad smell.
Yeah.
Kind of. Hi guys, this is one of those bad smelling squirrels. Apparently, he looks cute as hell. I feel really bad for this little guy. I don't think he's gonna last that long if I'm honest. He's just kind of like hanging out there, rather wet. How much is this?
Berapa papa bajing? 150.
$9 for that fucking living animal, bro. What? I feel like I would buy that and then just release it into the jungle and hope it survives.
You come into stuff that's not even from Indonesia. Albino hedgehogs, Brazilian turtles.
Brazil?
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Imported weirdness just everywhere. The whole thing.
But is this like for rich people? Like, are they eating these animals? Well, I feel like some of them, this is an exotic pet market. They have exotic animal markets for food, but like nobody's eating a sugar glider. Joe, what the fuck? What do you mean, Joe, what the fuck? We've watched videos where they have pet markets and right next door they have animal markets where they're cooking things. That's not, what do you mean, Joe, what the fuck? That's an honest question.
It's kind of fascinating, and it doesn't take long before we find our first monkey.
You have one monkey?
You're like, that's a chicken.
How much?
1 million.
1 million for one monkey.
$60 for a monkey. Bro. I feel like a monkey should be like $5,000. Like if you're buying, I feel like if you buy an ape, that should be like $5 grand. An ape or a monkey. Like that's like a smart ass animal. That's pretty hard to get.
Okay.
And it is pretty heartbreaking right away. These guys are tiny, not even a year old. There's 2 of them, and they're just huddled together in the rain while Jakarta's traffic screams past like it's nothing.
Like, what do people buy them for? They buy for a pet? Or
dude, it just sucks because like if you buy it, you're fueling the business. Like even if you bought that monkey and then like somehow rehabilitated it and then put it back in the wild, like you're incentivizing this transaction. You know what I mean? Like you buying them isn't saving them. It's saving the ones that you're buying, but it's not stopping the cycle. Like, this is a continuous thing that's just going to keep happening. Some of the animals here, I don't think are bad that they're selling them. Like, there were like a few lizards. Like, I don't think that's bad that you're selling lizards for either food or pets. Like, I think that's fine. It's when you have, like, malnourished, like, baby squirrels and fucking, like, actual apes in cages.
Monkey won't get big. Really?
They're macaques. I believe all of them are macaques, just a few different varieties of them. Mainly pigtail macaques and longtail macaques.
Dari mana, Pak?
Sulawesi.
And it turns out they've been shipped from Sulawesi. And in some ways, it hits even harder. I've just returned from Sulawesi, and it is one of the most beautiful paradises I've ever seen. And somehow, it's worse once it's confirmed. These aren't captive bred. They've been pulled straight out of paradise, just to rot roadside in cages. More macaques, this time in camo uniforms.
But then what are people doing with them? Like, this one's wearing a shirt. Like, is some random Indonesian man coming by and, like, buying this macaque for $60 and then, what, like, keeping it in a cage as a pet?
Turned into props from someone's idea of adorable. And they're also not albino at all. Their coats have been dyed.
Yeah, but, like, you can't keep that as a pet. Like, you're not going to be able to train that thing.
This kind of cheap trick to heighten the novelty and make it an easier sale. And before long, we find the epicenter of the market, the monkey section. No longer the occasional cage tucked among birds and reptiles and hedgehogs, but a dedicated corner of commerce. Cage after cage of macaques in different shapes and sizes, lined up like products. They're from Sulawesi
And, like, how many of them are dying before they're even getting sold?
and Sumatra primarily. And then from here, they'll be shipped all over Indonesia.
Oh, isn't that when they start fucking losing their minds? What is that called? That's like an actual thing. Where they just, like, roam in circles. Zoocosis.
50
monkeys.
He has 50 monkeys. Why do you have that many monkeys, bro? Like, is there that big of a market for this?
Maybe less.
Around about 50.
Yeah.
And in just one stall here, they have more than 50 monkeys, cage after cage lined up. And then you see the ones that are already breaking. Some are clearly getting just wired up from being trapped in these cages for too long. Some of them are too small, they're too stressed. And once they get bigger, you can tell they're nowhere near as easy to sell anymore. Meanwhile, there are more cages with tiny babies. Some of these things are insanely young. Again, looking like they're barely a month old, clinging to each other like that's the only comfort they've got.
Oh my god, and they have no idea what's going on.
Oh, it's just 1 month.
1 month old.
Yeah.
1 month old? How did they catch that? Did they catch the mom and then the mom gave birth?
They've got these big cartoon eyes, these oversized heads, little hands gripping onto the cage bars. It's almost too cute, which is the problem. And you can tell exactly why. They've been taken away when they are at peak cuteness, peak sellable. The first stop is these markets, and then they get sold off as pets all across the country.
Do you have that many people in Indonesia own monkeys?
The monkey trade at Jatinegara.
Like, I wouldn't even know the first thing of taking care of a monkey. Like, what do you feed a monkey? Like, fruits and nuts and shit, but it's like, you have to, like, keep it entertained, and it needs exercise. Like, dude, that's the problem with it. It's on another level. But it's the same shit with, like, any animal owner in the United States, too. Motherfuckers will buy pets, not bananas. Motherfuckers will buy bananas. You're just saying banana. No, chat's not even saying bananas. Just banana. Okay, we're feeding them banana. All right, anyways. Oh my god, what was I saying? Motherfuckers will buy pets in the United States, not understanding how much work it is to take care of that pet. Like, it's unreal, dude. Even something as simple as, like, a dog. They'll buy a puppy, and not realize, like, hey, you have to, like, train this thing, take it out all the time, watch it, make sure it gets exercise. It's, like, a smaller step of, like, raising a kid, bro. Obviously, a human's gonna be harder, but, like, I honestly think raising a dog is probably a pretty good training exercise for, like, keeping something alive. Like, it's not easy to... That's why so many dogs are misbehaved, too. They don't socialize them right. They don't get enough exercise. They'll buy a fucking, what's, like, the smartest dog? My God, it's a sheep-herding dog. It's a sheep-herding dog. It's so cute. Why am I blanking on the name? It's, like, one of my favorite animals. I would love to own one, but I couldn't exercise it enough. Not a husky. A border collie. Yeah, motherfuckers will buy border collies because they think they're cute, and then they keep them in an apartment 6 stories up in the city. And it doesn't exercise, and then it fucking misbehaves, and they wonder why. I'm like, yo, that dog's meant to be nonstop mentally and physically engaged. Those animals are bred to be, like, on the go and ready all the time. And you're using it as, like, a show dog.
This is an example of a person I wanted to include who was like, they legitimately have it, and this whole cheating around it has made it harder for them to get legitimate belief. When I have mentioned that I have my learning disability, I get 1 of 3 responses. 1, people say, yeah, I think I am too. People tell me, no, I'm not, because I
oh my God,
don't act like someone with a disability. Or 3, how did you get your diagnosis so I can get meds? I agree they're overdiagnosed, and it's frustrating because now people think where I am because I faked my symptoms. There are always people in school that try to buy it and get meds somehow, but I feel like now it feels like it's everywhere. Sorry, I rambled. Well, you have ADHD, so don't worry about it. Anyway, this is what we're seeing. It's crazy. And on top of this, there's been an increase, not just in like this structural wealthy advantage where you get more time if you can lean on a psychologist, but there's been an increase in the SAT of actual cheating, like legitimate straight up cheating. Now, when I was a kid, a movie came out called The Perfect Score.
Dude, especially with, like, AI and shit now, I feel like there's gotta be, like, different ways people cheat. Like, when I took the SAT, the most you could do is have, like, formulas pre-booked into your TI-84. Like, your calculator, you could, like, pre-prepare, like, you could pre-cook in certain shit. Somebody use AI glasses to cheat? Yeah, maybe, like, meta glasses? That's so obvious. I feel like meta AI, bro. You pull up your own Ray-Bans. Hey, why are you wearing those? Oh, I'm sensitive to light. Hey, Meta. Sorry. Hey, Meta.
15 people, 8 hours to make 100 items. How many hours will it take 6 people working at the same rate to make half as many items?
Dude, it's like impossible.
3 little letters.
And it's all about how a bunch of students hate the SAT so much they decide to steal the answers from the college board. They sneak in, steal the answers to try and...
Well, that's the... I remember, dude, you could get into, like, the real, like, nitty-gritty stuff. The SAT's different, obviously, every time you take it. But there's certain SATs that, like, tend to be easier than others. Is that still the way that it is now, Chad? I have no idea. I remember when I took that shit... It was like they have like there was like 4 seasons of SATs. Like you could take an SAT in like October or something. And there's like certain dates that it's like, I think it was like October and like June were like the ideal dates to take the SAT.
And I remember watching this as a kid. I saw this in theaters and I was like,
yeah, I remember people saying fall, like October was the best.
Damn, that sounds great. Well,
just react and don't talk. Oh, sorry.
Nowadays, you don't even have to do that because the SAT has gone digital, and people are finding much easier ways to cheat than what you need with Captain America, what you need for a movie, dude. As of March 2024, this is relatively recently, the SAT switched from being only paper to now digital. And it turned—
Oh, you fuckers. Are you serious? SAT offered digitally? Yo, colleges got to stop using this shit to fucking invite people. I would be cheating on that, no problem. What? What's that shit? Lockdown, bro. Yo, you took a test. Y'all remember COVID, bro? Motherfuckers, it was so easy to cheat. It was so easy to cheat, and then teachers found lockdown browser. Lockdown browser was like a nightmare. Yo, actually, I'd be taking a asynchronous class in college. Hey, we use the lockdown browser for all our exams. Lockdown browser records all of your I had a 2-monitor setup. It fucking blanks, turns off your fucking left monitor. I'm so serious. Lockdown browser is like a cop standing right next to you while you're fucking taking a test. It turns off my left monitor, records my screen, has your camera and your mic rolling, and you have to do like a test. You have to like film yourself before you start it.
From being only paper.
That shit was terrible.
To now digital. And it turns out once the SAT is administered on laptops and you can bring your own laptop, people have found many, many, many ways to cheat. And not only to cheat, but to steal the questions out of
the environment checks. Yeah, you'd have to go like this. You'd have to go and like you'd have to show everything around you. I'm like, dude, there's guaranteed people that have like a friend or like some sort of notebook just like sitting, and they do the environment check and just like happen to leave like a small segment out.
The testing and get it out to the public. For example, time zone cheating. People take the test in one time zone.
I would tape paper on my screen. Oh my God. Yo, because you don't have to show your monitor. You have sticky notes all over your monitor.
Upload the questions, and people in a later time zone have all the answers before they're.
You're taking a test with Lockdown browser using Meta AI glasses. Doo-doo-doo. It starts beeping white. You're like recording, getting fed answers.
Test begins. This is happening. Sites in China are selling test questions. So people get money from uploading real legitimate questions, and you can find them. I checked it out.
Oh, sorry. Before I start this Lockdown browser, I'm just letting you know, I have a grandma named Meta that I always have to talk to. Hey, Meta, are you okay? I was just wondering, do you know how many cells tend to be in the human body?
It wasn't that hard to find. I was able to find this in no time. These are SAT exams. These are questions you can find online.
Wait, I kind of want to try and do one of these.
These are SAT exams.
Oh, fuck. Wait, lock in. Real quick, I zone in. I'm telling you I get it right. Based on the text, how would the author of text 2 most likely describe the view presented in text 1? No, never mind. I'm over it. That just brought me back. That brought me back to me taking the SAT during Prime Fortnite and just getting off track in my brain nonstop and being like, oh, fuck. Just zone out, dude. That was the worst. The math portion was so much easier to lock in. This shit, dude, you're going, the California Department of Water Resources reports that agriculture accounts for 29% of all water use during a wet year. During a dry year, the figure more than doubles, claiming a staggering 61%. In contrast, urban water use ranges from 8% during a wet year to 11%. No, oh my God, it's the most boring shit ever.
SAT tutors have sounded the alarm. It is a multi-year breach of active.
It's B. Wait, you guys are just doing it while I pause.
The testing in the room has gotten
Meta
even more advanced. So I found my old TI-83 graphic. That's how old.
TI-83. Holy shit, Unk. Brandon Ewing.
Hold on, I have an 83, not an 84. It says Brandon Ewing on the back. I found this. I pulled this out. This is the exact one
I don't even know if I have my TI-84 anymore. That's like a thing you keep because you're like, oh, that's an expensive ass calculator. But I'm like, when am I ever going to need that?
Used when I took the SAT. Well, nowadays, you can buy one of these. You can hollow it out and change the inside software to ChatGPT.
Bro,
and then you can buy this shit on eBay for $349. And it looks like a TI-84, but it has AI in it. And you can use it to solve your fucking problems. The level of cheating is getting absurd, dude.
Well, and it used to, here's the thing, bro, like, it could show their work now, too. That was, like, the hardest thing, was, like, classes like physics. On, like, homework, you can't just write an answer. You have to you would have to hand in your notebook, and you would have to show your work, like, how you arrived at that versus just the answer. And now AI, it enables you to show that as well. Like, earlier cheating when I was in high school, you could look up the answer, but it wouldn't tell you how to do it.
So much.
So you couldn't just write down like 34. Like you had to know, you had to be like, why is it that?
cheating is now going on in the SAT, the digital change, that non-students have now been banned from taking it. This is true. So many people, you know, primarily because the profit you can get from selling at the Chinese websites, were taking the SAT for fun and then stealing the questions. And they have now banned everyone but students from taking it. They're trying to crack down. It's a war that's tough to do, but that's what they're trying to do. You know, to sum all this.
Unless you're a student, you're not able to take the SAT anymore. Bro, that like gets rid of the funnest fucking fantasy football punishment. You get last in fantasy, you have to go fucking take the SAT. Yeah. Dude, the funniest shit was like the video of like a grown ass man, he's like 35 walking into a high school to go take an SAT. And then it's like, the way you make it better is if you get last in fantasy, you have to go take the SAT. And if you get below a certain score, you have to do another punishment.
What's up, man? I want
so
you to
like
know
there's motivation to actually try.
that, like, if you are somebody who feels like this feels unfair to you, that you are a regular person who's getting pushed around by either unwillingness to cheat or wealth and power or wealthier schools, you should simply do what these guys did in the movie, which is don't cheat, but be super hot and end up as superheroes. Because that's what they did. They just, the end of the perfect score is they decide not to cheat. The whole movie, they steal the answers and they throw them away. Then they get a bad score and then they become... It's simple. It's a simple solution. If you have more stories of this and you're watching this on Big A Clips, leave it in the comments. I'm interested in finding out what your lived experience.
Bro, this was an interesting ass video, genuinely. Well, let me move back over. As a law student, I can 100% confirm disability comms are getting egregiously abused or grievously abused. I was shocked walking into the first final, that of my 90+ person torts section, there were less than 50 people in the room with me when I took my final. The rest, never half the class at a good ranking law school with pretty strict admission criteria. Yeah, it's also like, it's like, how is that allowed? Like especially for something like a bar or like a big law school exam, like you can't have half the class be getting more fucking time. All right, chat, count me down. Chat, lock in, bro. We're gonna watch like a video or two. 6 terrifying cave moments caught on camera.
A YouTuber named Alex from the channel Cantrell Caving is known for exploring some of the most dangerous, narrow, and unpredictable cave systems.
How do you think they rate the cave? I would understand being like, oh, this is sick, you know, look at the view, look how deep it goes. But I feel like a lot of these expert cavers, they're just like more than half of the caving experience. They're just wedged in between a wall. Or they breathe out and move. And they just do that the whole time. And then they get out of that and they're like, yeah, that was a 10 out of 10 experience. I thought I was going to die the entire time. I enjoyed every moment of it.
In the world. But this time, his passion nearly cost him his life.
I will say, whenever I think about caving, I immediately think about Nutty Putty Cave, where the guy died upside down. So scary. Like, it gives me anxiety thinking about that. Like, being in that, like, position. Like, where you're just literally stuck with the blood rushing to your head. You can't move and you can barely breathe.
November 3rd, 2023, a group of 5 young men, including Alex and his close friend Jacob, set out to explore a cave they had never been in before. The plan was simple: follow the rope, reach the end, and document the journey. But nothing ever goes exactly as planned underground. At first, everything seemed fine. Headlamps.
What's also crazy to me is somebody saw this hole. Like, for them to know this went somewhere, human curiosity, somebody walks up to this at some point in time, 40 years, weird pause. Somebody walks up to this cave here and, they go, hey, I want to see where that goes. Like, I would maybe crouch down, look in, and be like, nah, that's too narrow. No, that motherfucker crawled through to where he couldn't move anymore and just kept going.
Headlamps on, boots laced, spirits high. They moved deeper inside, unaware that the conditions had already changed, and fast.
Do it!
Are they having fun? No, like is this like they're like, oh, dude, it's getting so tight. I feel like I'm dying. Oh, dude. Oh, the water level's rising, dude. We're displacing it. I think I'm inhaling fucking bacteria. Oh, why does the air smell weird?
Not long into their descent, they found themselves battling rising water. The cave's narrow passages were partially flooded, making every step harder and far more dangerous. The air was heavy with moisture, and the rocks were slick. Every step forward took them.
I love the monotone voice of this guy. Like he's just explaining a historical event to me. The air was thick, and they were nervous for what was to come next.
Deeper, both into the cave and into the unknown.
What happens if you pee in a wetsuit? Just asking for it just stays. I'm asking for a friend.
Oh, I'd be pissing a storm in that fucking wetsuit, dude. I would be like, I would look like a Superman when I was in a wetsuit for too long, because it would be full of piss and it would make me bigger. So like it would get to the point where like I mean, unless it leaks out of your leg, but I feel like it's like airtight. It would be, I'd be blown up like a balloon.
It just stays in it.
If you had a superpower, you would be Water Boy. All right, not like Water Boy.
Last minute emergency.
It would be more like Aquaman.
Source.
They were still laughing, talking about reaching the end of the tunnel, but beneath the surface, tension was starting to build. Jacob, who had scouted part of the route ahead, tried to warn them. Some sections are completely underwater. You'll have to duck your head just to get through. There's no way to breathe.
I mean, he can't even look where he's going unless he has like a reflected, like if his camera is showing him what it's recording behind him.
Within parts of it.
Like, how does he know where he's going?
I can't hear Edward. Go. Edward, go right. Go right. Okay, gotcha.
Still, the group pushed forward, following the rope and hoping nothing would go wrong. But as they went deeper into the flooded tunnel, fear began to show on Alex's face. His confidence faded. His movements grew tense and frantic. The water level kept rising until it filled his ears, and the only—
I think the second I couldn't have my ears out of the water, I would have to turn back. Where, like, you're trying to talk to your friends that are in front of you, and it's muffled because you're underwater and your forehead is pressed against the top of the cave.
only way to breathe was to tilt his head.
Like, I don't think I would panic until here. I think I would be able to, if, like, my chin and my full head was out, I think I would just be like, okay, yeah, whatever.
Head straight up toward the ceiling. The deeper he crawled, the more unstable he became, until suddenly, everything went wrong.
You going, Jacob? Oh, he just bailed. No.
Oh, is his friend panicking?
You're good. Oh my God! I'm coming out. All right, move back.
I feel like if you go caving and do this, caving isn't for you. Is that like fucked to say? Like, even if you have the interest in caving, if like you panic like that and then, you know, put your life and like your friends' lives like in danger in the sense of like, oh no, I'm just gonna push past them. I need to get the fuck out of here. Like, obviously he didn't want to do that. It was probably like an instinct, but like, my God, dude. I would be so mad at him.
One of Alex's friends
He could have gotten knocked out.
panicked. Struggling to breathe, he grabbed onto Alex in desperation, nearly dragging them both underwater. Cold, water, darkness, claustrophobia. In a cave, panic is your worst enemy.
Oh yeah, no, I would definitely panic because you would be mini breathing. You'd be like, because you can't like take, especially the position they're in, like they couldn't breathe normally.
Enemy. Despite the chaos, they somehow managed to keep their heads above water. Inch by inch, they pulled themselves back toward the light. By the time they reached an open space, both Alex and his friend were scraped, bruised, and completely exhausted. It could have ended very differently. They were lucky to survive. This man was exploring a—
Damn, would y'all rather be in like an underwater trapped cave, like a semi-underwater one like that, or just like a tight space? I feel like I'd rather be in the water. I wouldn't want to be underwater, but I would rather deal with that than like having to squeeze through like a gap that I actually think I can't breathe in. Because that was more like in his head versus actually your chest being compressed.
Cave when he reached a dangerously narrow passage.
Oh yeah, like no, I'm not. I'd rather do the water by far. It's not even close. Like because right here, if you panic, you're just screaming, and then you're gonna faint.
Determined to push forward.
Like you can't move.
He squeezed himself into the tight gap and nearly became stuck. The video was uploaded to YouTube on January 10th, 2022, under the title "Smothered in a Claustrophobic Cave." The man behind the channel, Caveman Hikes, has posted dozens of similar videos, where he successfully escapes caves after long and risky explorations. But in this video,
wow, man, what happens if you put on a few pounds too, you know? You're used to caving in like tight areas. You're like, oh, you know, they may have stats on the cave of how like thick it is. You're like, I can fit through that. You know, it was just Thanksgiving. You had a few full meals. You're 5-10 pounds heavier. Uh-oh.
Far more tense.
But so far I haven't felt like that squeeze. But I don't
know what that means. I'm assuming by squeeze he means like a fearful tightening around my body. Not like you're being hugged, but like you're being pressed, like compressed.
I don't know if I'm gonna be able to take the light with me is the problem.
Is he going down or up right now?
If I go Superman style, I can certainly get through, but then my clothes are gonna bunch up.
He's going down. So he thinks he's gonna be able to get back up through this if he can't even go down? Like gravity's not aiding him. Or gravity is aiding him and he can't get down there. There's no shot in hell he's gonna be able to get back up.
Look cool
he could be sideways right now too.
On camera, but very uncomfortable bunching clothes up and backing up at the same time. So one of the nice things about these is you can use your feet for leverage, and you can't see that, but I take my feet and I pinch it up against the ceiling, and then I use that to leverage myself backwards. So I'm leveraging myself through here. And I fit okay. It didn't look like I was gonna, but I'm pretty much... I just have a hard time leveraging myself to move myself over this knuckle. But it's gonna be...
Dude! And you, like, say you panic, you faint, you get up, and you, like, can't get out. Even if you called for help, I feel like if somebody came down, they're like, all right, we're going to get you out, man. I'd be like, no, don't even ask me to do anything. Knock me the fuck out. Inject me with horse tranquilizer and just pull my body out. I want to wake up out of this fucking cave. I would not be able to be like, all right, man, all right, exhale, and I'm going to pull you. Fuck that. Drag my limp body out of this.
It's gonna be a little lossy here.
For a while, he keeps trying to push deeper into the cave, but eventually realizes he's almost completely trapped.
Trying to give you a decent view.
Oh my God!
What's going on?
Oh my God! Oh my God! Oh my God! Oh my God! Getting out of that! Dude, he literally is like...
My little gumdrop's life here. I'll bring you close.
He's not gonna try and get back up. He's going, I'm gonna keep trying to go down.
Closer. There we go. So it's all about leverage, and I don't know where my feet are here, but I'm working my way through here as I can. I can't turn and see. You see, this is the problem with the clothes bunching up. My knee pad's caught. Okay.
At that,
I do gotta say, these people, I feel like these cavers gotta be like, I'm just assuming, very lax people. Like, there's no way you could do this, deal with the anxiety of this, and then not be like basically able to handle any stress, you know? Like, I feel like if you could deal with this, bro, oh my God, you're able to withstand anything.
Moment, he decides not to risk it any further and begins carefully backing out the way he came. Fortunately, he manages to escape without any injuries.
I'm shocked he was able to back out through that.
This story comes from the YouTube channel Action Adventure Twins, run by two brothers, James and Edward.
I am so surprised that there are this many caving channels. And I will say I get this, like this right here. all these things that he's reaching. This is fucking awesome. Rafting 5 miles underground inside the largest cave in the USA. There's like a huge waterfall, or like this with a 280-foot waterfall. Looks like a lake. Like, I would get you squeezing through the gap to get to one of these places.
Since early 2020, they've
versus like just doing the gap for the love of the game.
Been exploring dangerous and extremely tight cave systems, documenting their underground adventures. But in March 2021, one of their expeditions brought them terrifying.
Like, who went down that? Somebody saw that shit one day and went, yeah, I'm gonna go look in that hole.
Close to death.
Like, I would even just be worried that, like, just from an outer perspective, I'd be like, I'm not peeking my head in there, dude. There could be an animal in there. There could be like a mountain lion style. I don't fucking know what region this is.
Decided to explore the well-known Pettyjohn Cave in Georgia. By that time, they had already visited several sections of this sprawling maze-like cave system, even discovering an underground waterfall during one of their previous trips. They felt confident enough to take on the challenges of this underground labyrinth. However, this time, their goal was one of the most difficult sections of the cave, appropriately named the Nervous Breakdown.
This one. Yo, let's go caving, man. We're gonna go down the Nervous Breakdown. It's gonna be fucking awesome. Oh, really? The name of the fucking cave is a Nervous Breakdown. Oh, yeah, let's go down that. That'll be so fun. Somebody said Satan's ass crack. Yeah, dude, they always have, like, weird names like that. Let's go through the pulverizer. It's gonna be sick, man. There's, like, one section where you have to shimmy down a tube, like imagine you're a Slim Jim. And you're just trying to get out of the packaging. It's gonna be like that.
It's tight.
A title that perfectly describes the mental state of anyone attempting to pass through it. The beginning of the trip went smoothly.
Is it wet? Is it all wet? I feel like that would be better for me if everything was slippery. Do you think they ever like butter themselves up? Spray a little Pam on themselves?
The brothers squeezed through a narrow entrance and reached the first open chamber of the cave. But soon, the passages began to narrow again, forcing them to crawl through tighter and tighter spaces. After about 25 minutes of crawling, they faced their first serious obstacle. A muddy chamber with a deep, narrow pit in the middle that had to be carefully skirted along the edge. One wrong move would mean falling into a tight shaft with almost zero chance of climbing back out.
See, but like, I could do this. I could do this. Could you guys do this? Like, if I get a crouch, I don't care. Even if there's like a little few parts where I would have to like crawl. But the second I gotta like lay down and scooch myself through the opening, nah, it's over.
With almost zero chance of climbing back out. The slippery walls and lack of solid footing would make it nearly impossible to pull someone out. After safely passing this dangerous area, they finally reached the—
Hold a hell, anxiety warning.
Oh, here it is. Yeah.
How do you hear about this? This is a caving video for the people that don't know, but it's like, do they go on forums where there's people raving about caves that they need to fucking explore? He's like, oh, here it is. Oh, this is the hole to hell. This is what everybody was talking about on Reddit.
This is creepy.
Whoa, that is way smaller than it was.
Bro, the entrance looks like a storm drain. You're gonna go in that?
There's freaking ropes going in. I didn't know it was that small.
Yeah, and somebody fucking graffiti wrote hellhole on it.
Called a mailbox. It's almost as narrow as my backpack. Oh no.
Bro, there's a rest in peace sign there. Did somebody die here? Yo, the second I peek my head in and this is what I'm fucking dealing with, I'm already turning around. Why would you do this willingly? I mean, he got almost 1 million views on YouTube for it, so money maybe, or the thrill.
Stop. Yeah, dude, don't go in head first.
Dude, don't go in head first. You're not going to be able to stand. This is like how are you going to go in fucking feet first in this? You're not going to be able to turn down.
Oh, dude, there's a huge freaking spider up there. Yeah. I can do anything but the spiders. Oh, no.
Anything but the spiders. You, for fun, your hobby or job even is going into enclosed spaces where you could possibly die, but what really gets you is the spider. Not the feeling that you're gonna be trapped underground and die. The daddy long leg, now that on the other hand, that one's a jump scare.
Dude, they're everywhere, man.
The feeling of imminent doom in a cave though, nah, no problem.
Just follow the rope. Dude, the floor looks like it's made of wood over here. I swear.
Where do they go? Is there a path? Dude, I'm just staring at fucking random holes. It looks like there's a million... No way he's squeezing through that.
Tree roots. Oh! Dude, that's slick. Who put this rope here? Well, there's a rope that goes up. We're supposed to climb that. Really? Yeah. That's a Walmart rope. Not even sure what it's tied.
Do they not have a map? They're not going in with a map. They're just like kind of free balling it. They're not even marking where they're walking. They're just like, oh, why is this rope here? Oh, I think we're supposed to go up.
This is crazy. I know.
Do you think they're gonna get stuck at some point?
This one's really hard to climb.
This cave looks like the inside of my butthole. What do you know why do you know what the inside of your butthole looks like?
Whoa. There's a...
Maybe a colonoscopy.
Metal pipe in here. Whoa, there's a room up there. That's what the pipe's here for.
I don't think that's what the pipe's there for, so you could use it as a fucking leverage point. I feel like it's just there. Somebody put that pipe into this fucking wall.
Okay. I'm up. Okay. Whoa, it keeps going.
Oh, his body barely fits that he needs to drag the other guy. And they're going to have to go back down that way. Whoa, that's awesome. I can't wait for on the way down. He's like, dude, you got to kick my shoulders. I'm stuck. You got to fucking wedge me in here.
Yeah.
You got to push me into this like a trash can that's a little bit too full. You got to pack my body into the hole.
Oh, no. I don't know if we can make it. Is that tight? We're gonna have to take the helmets off for sure.
Oh, yeah, what could go wrong?
Okay. Let's down. Oh no, I don't think we're gonna make it, dude.
Like, I love how they... Dude, I feel like if you're a caver... They have to have some sort of device to scientifically know whether or not they're making it through, you know? Like, his test on whether or not he's going to fit is to just try, and if he gets stuck, that means he can't fit. Like, that's the test.
What about getting this side first?
Oh, my God. Stop. Dude, and just dragging your fucking open skin across these sharp rocks.
Okay. Yeah.
I would never do this with this guy, but I would love to, like, just listen to him just tell me about, like, some story, you know? Around a campfire, he's like, there was this one time I was in the ass twister. And when I tell you, dude, I was fucking standing, I was in the cave like this. And I couldn't move, so every time I had to move, I would have to even turn my head. It was like, it felt like my neck was going to snap off. I would go, and then I would drag myself. And I would drag myself.
Dude, it goes up.
Like to watch him reenact it.
Keep going. Yeah. Oh, yeah, it's going up good, actually.
Where's the end point? Bro, they're not marking where they're going either. They're just hitting multiple forks in this cave, and they're just like, all right, let's just keep going this way.
Got a rope down there.
Oh my god. Stop. That's horrible. If there's a rope the whole way, that makes me feel happier about this.
Dude, it just keeps going. It was tied to a root. A root? Yeah. What? So all these things we saw are roots. Yeah. That's why they look like roots. Whoa.
Yeah, this guy's my guide. This guy's the dude that's taking me through the cave, and then he says some dumb shit like that.
Well, there's actually a fat rope.
Oh, everything looks like roots because they are roots. It's my first time going caving. This guy's my guide. It's fucked.
If it goes down. Rope, huh? Big old fat one. I'm not gonna lie, dude. I don't know how we got here. Come figure it out. I don't know where my backpack is. That's just off in the middle of the cave. Dude, that goes 60 foot.
Does that go straight down? Nah, he's about to fucking eat shit.
It's another set of ropes.
Oh, dude, it's like a straight decline, man. Let's go down it. I don't even know if we're going to be able to make our way back up. I'm just going to butt scoot across the wall here. Maybe, the way to get back up, we're going to have to do like a Mario jump, you know, in the mini game where he has to go like, oh. We're going to have to like shimmy. It's going to be like a Jason Statham scene. Fuck.
Oh, you gotta have some sure footing. Guess we're going down this one with the knots.
Yeah, I love how the one support system they have too is like the old rope that you have in your backyard from a tire swing from when you were 5. That's really weathered and also definitely somewhat dry rotted, right? Like this rope could break at any moment. See, that's a nice person. That's a nice person. Whoever that is, smart. You know? Hey, I'm going to draw an arrow for somebody.
Wow, it just keeps dropping. I'd say. Dude, it just keeps going.
I say this every time we watch or talk about anything having to do with caving, but I never understand the first person that explored this, you know? Like, somebody laid this rope after already going down here previously. So, like, there was one guy that he was the first dude to explore this, and there was no map. Like, he was just kind of ballsy, you know, just trekking through a cave at random on a whim, just trying to figure out what the fuck's down here. Like, that guy's the dumbest of them all. The smartest in the sense of, like, marking his path, and he kind of, like, helps other cavers. But holy shit, dude. To be able to fucking go through a cave unmarked and just find your way in and out.
It keeps going.
Without falling to your fucking death. Or getting stuck.
Yeah, I'm like 70 foot down.
You're not fitting through that fucking hole. He's gonna go down that?
I think that's the bottom, about 20 foot down.
We're going to the bottom of the hole for what? Why are we going to the bottom of the hole? There's no water oasis. There's no fucking glow-in-the-dark cave. Hell, you're not even getting a fucking fiver, man. You're not getting a wet 5 at the bottom of this goddamn fucking cave. You're going down here. You're going to touch the bottom. You're going to go, oh, cool. It's really tight space. All right, let's go back up.
Well, I'm looking all right. This is bad. Yeah, why did the rope have to stop halfway down? I know, right? Oh, it's getting my chest. Oh, this isn't gonna be good.
No.
I think I'm gonna be hanging from my helmet.
You might not be able to get back up.
I think I'm gonna be hanging.
Oh, you might not be able to get back up. He says as 95% of his body is in the hole. Oh, dude, my helmet might get stuck. Yeah, you might not be able to get back up.
From my helmet, dude.
Oh, it fit.
Holy crap, if it didn't, I would have been hanging from
That goes so much deeper. I thought that was the fucking bottom right there.
my helmet.
No.
Oh my god, that goes so much deeper. He's gonna go down in that?
It drops like another 20, 30 feet.
Holy crap.
Okay, I'm getting off on this level.
Okay.
Huh.
Hey, was that a poop bucket?
A bucket. Oh. Dude, there's a...
Did somebody sleep here?
Dude, there's a bunch of clay sculptures in here. Yeah, there's military boxes.
Whoa. Low iron. Looks like he almost just fucking passed out.
And a rope that goes up.
And a Jesus shrine.
What?
Somebody brought a no parking anytime sign down here. These people are crazy. These people are crazy. This is fucking utter insanity. This guy, he went, I'm going to go caving. You know, I'm going to bring this sign. I'm going to steal the sign. I'm going to bring it down here. I'm going to post it up, maybe do a little clay sculpting while we're down here. Shit in a bucket. Set up a Jesus shrine. Work my way back up. Is this like a regular hangout for somebody?
Heck. We got some good artwork in here.
I mean, define good. That looks like a AA battery that's shoved on the back of a clay turtle.
Employed, and wages for the remaining workforce were basically cut in half. Bread lines and soup kitchens became a common sight, and many people lost their homes and savings. One farmer of the day knew he couldn't afford to feed his sheep, so he slit their throats and threw them down a canyon instead of letting them starve. It's like,
wow.
What? They don't like sheep? The events of 1929 set off a decade of economic hardship that culminated in Earth's favorite pastime, World War. Number 5, 1601. If you take one thing away from this video...
Is that the witch trials? When were the witch trials? I was just in Salem. No, that was 1692.
It should be that volcanoes are bad. So bad, in fact, that one volcano in Peru basically turned the lights off for the whole planet. The eruption of Huayna Patina in 1600 was one of the largest volcanic events in recorded history, spewing vast amounts of ash into the...
Bro, I want to see the volcano eruption that's that big that it blacks out the sun from the whole world. One volcano erupting that much?
Atmosphere. The summer of 1601 was known as the summer with no sunshine. Sunlight levels dramatically decreased everywhere in the world, causing mass famine, but nowhere more so than Russia. The lack of sunlight led to crop failures and livestock death. A third of the Russian population starving to death in the 2 years following the eruption. No sunshine also meant it was extremely cold, so to keep warm, many in the region turned to killing any animal with fur they could find, not just for food, but also to create clothing and blankets. Accounts from the time describe people so desperate for food that they ate grass, their pets, and each other. Which means all of us are just one cloudy summer away from cannibalism.
I'm not eating my dog. That's the one thing I'm saying right now. I would not eat my dog. If I was starving, bro.
Number 4, 1940.
I will. You'll eat my dog or you're going to eat your dog. Javi, I'm telling you right now, you ain't eating my dog. I'm eating you before I'm eating my dog.
42. Not much to see here, just worldwide violence and genocide resulting in millions of deaths. At the tail end of 1941, Japan made a monumental strategic error and, not so elegantly, insisted that the U.S. become heavily involved in World War
Wait, which one is this? Oh, 1942.
II. This essentially turned America into a death factory, where every able-bodied human was either making stuff that killed people or just killing people.
And this is when we really became a war-based economy. Ugh.
The war effort mobilized entire populations, leading to the development of new weapons and technologies, including the Manhattan Project, which would cause all kinds of problems for future humans. Meanwhile, soldiers and civilians in Russia...
And it was a like, the Manhattan Project was terrible, but, like, even if the Manhattan Project didn't happen, nuclear bombs would still exist, right? It was just who's the motherfucker to make it first. Like, nuclear bombs exist whether or not Oppenheimer makes it, right? Like, the Russians would have made the bomb. At some point, China would have made a bomb. Japan would have made a bomb. Somebody would have made a bomb.
Russia and China were dying by the thousands every day. The brutal fighting on the Eastern Front and the Pacific Theater claimed millions of lives.
Dude, I used to think that, I mean, it's kind of incomparable because it depends on the battle, but I used to think World War II, like, battling in World War II would be, like, objectively worse than, like, trench warfare in World War I. But trench warfare is fucking so scary, bro. I had somebody describe to me what trench warfare was, like, truly like, and being alive in that time, dude, evil. Because there was almost no rules. So it was do whatever the fuck you want. There would be gas that would come over and you would just suffocate from that. But more so, like, if you're in the trench, there's bombs going off constantly. Doom, 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 doom. You're getting shell shock. That's why they called it shell shock. It was PTSD. But it was called shell shock because there was constantly bombs going off. Humans are only made to endure high-stress scenarios for short spans of time. Because in a 5-minute span, like say there's a lion or something that's approaching you, you're genetically made to deal with that stress in that 5-minute span, and either you're alive or dead, and then you move on. But in World War I, during trench warfare, that was just all the time. There was nonstop bombs. So you were always in that high-stress scenario, and if you were still alive, you were just waiting to die. And when the bombs stopped, you would go, oh, we're good now. When the bomb stopped, that meant the other people were running at you. So if you're awake for 18 hours, you're getting an hour of sleep, then you're awake for 18 hours. You're getting an hour of sleep, you're awake for 18 hours. And you hear silence, that means you have to run to your guns because the other guys are running to you to jump into your trench and kill you. And they're gassing you out. They're doing all this other shit. There would be guys... They would draft, say they had to get a letter from one trench to another or another part of the trench. They would give 4 guys the same letter and go, run. Because they knew that 2 of you at least weren't making it. So then if you were the one that made it and you didn't die, they'd give you another letter and they'd go, now run it back. And then you had to fucking try and run that shit back. And fuck that. Then it got to a point where they knew that the other guys were running over, so they would dig other trenches prematurely. And so when they heard the silence, they would run to the back trench before that one got flooded and then gun those motherfuckers down.
Germany continued its war crimes and genocide, so not great. Number 3, 1943.
It was also really bad in 1942, 1943, World War II in general. Like, one of the biggest things you'll hear people talking about is, like, fighting the Japanese was really scary for Americans because even if they had the edge, the Japanese people wouldn't surrender. So if they ran out of ammo or knew they were going to die, they would just fucking run at your ass with a knife or a bayonet. Like, they would not give up. Like, they would just run at you. Vietnam was scarier too. Well, Vietnam, yeah, Vietnam also, I'm not sitting here saying, like, Americans were the victims. Americans did horrible things, too, during a large majority of these wars as well. Like, Vietnam, especially, Americans would mow down, like, innocent Vietnamese people. But in Vietnam, yeah, dude, there would just be traps. It was all just, like, jungle warfare.
Remember 1942? Like that. But, again, 1943 saw some of the deadliest battles of World War II. The Battle of Stalingrad.
Yeah, dude, Vietnam especially, what was that one thing they would say? Vietnam message to U.S. speakers. Like, it's like, you're gonna die, GI, or something, is what it would repeatedly say.
During the Vietnam War,
all right, that's not what I want to hear.
Operation involves exploit the
It is a very good idea.
Imagine being in the jungle, bro. You're freshly 19, right out of high school, bro. They send your ass all the way across the world, and you're literally watching your fucking friends explode. And you hear this in the jungles.
Defect, GI.
It is a very good idea to leave a sinking ship.
And you're covered in dirt, half your friends are dead.
They lie to you, GI. You know you cannot win this war.
And you're there for no reason, too. Like, World War II, like, you're fighting Adolf Hitler, right? World War II, I don't support war in any way, but, like, Americans in World War II wanted to go to war. People would lie about their age to get into the army. Vietnam was the reverse lottery, bro. They pulled your name. That was a death sentence. Like, being in Vietnam had to have been one of the scariest fucking things ever. Like, having to fight on either side. Like, and dude, you're not even fighting for, you're fighting against communism. Like, you're not even fighting for, like, oh, the betterment of, like, people being, like, the Jewish people or something. Like, you're literally just going into Vietnam because your government's sending you. You would come back, and there were instances where, like, the soldiers were treated like shit, man. They didn't even like, it wasn't like they praised you when they came back, like World War II. It was so different.
Your rich leaders grow richer while you die in the swamp, GI. They will give you a medal, GI, but only after you are dead.
Like, bro.
Your government lies to you every day, poor soldier.
Like, dude, it's middle of the night and you're hearing that shit. Reverse. The U.S. would play U.S. sounds for Vietnamese people. The Vietnam, what was the tapes the U.S. would play on those big ass speakers to the Vietnamese guys in the tunnels? Yeah, they would spray shit with Agent Orange, and Agent Orange got people killed. There's a whole video on, like, pesticides and how Agent Orange, like, ruined people. Wandering Souls. Yep, there it is. The U.S. would play this for the people underground. Make you lose your mind so you'd run out of the tunnel and then they'd fucking shoot you in the face.
One of the bloodiest battles.
People don't realize how, no, I'm serious. Like, you hear about, like, you learn about war, bro, at such, like, a basic level in high school. Like, that shit, bro, like, people go, oh, war's bad, you're killing people. It's beyond that, dude. It was psychological torture to have to fucking fight in any of these wars.
Battles in history ended in early 1943 with the defeat of the German army. This marked a turning point in the war, but came at a staggering cost of over 2 million casualties.
I always think, dude, being in D-Day, man, that had to be so fucking scary. Being a guy that was getting shipped on D-Day, World War II, you're on a boat, just running on Normandy Beach, watching hundreds of people get mowed down. Explain D-Day? Bro, how do you not, like, see, why do I have to explain? How do you not know? D-Day was when the U.S. were storming the Germans on Normandy Beach. And the Germans had these concrete structures that were hooked with, like, fucking, like, like big automatic machine guns. And they had all these spikes on the beaches, so you couldn't really drive up on them. You just had to drop the boat a little, like, far back, and they would jump off the boat into the water. D-Day boats. So they would be in these boats packed like sardines, and they would drive up to the beach. This hatch would open. They would all run out. All of them would die. Not just the U.S. I'm saying from the U.S.'s perspective. I know there was other countries involved. I'm saying U.S., Germany. Germany was the people that were defending. It's like Saving Private Ryan, yeah. And you would go Canada, France, Australia. Yeah, it was the Allies. It was the Allies versus the Axis powers, but I'm pretty sure the only people on the Axis powers were Germans. Was there Italians in D-Day? I don't know if they were on the lines in D-Day or on the defending side. No, I think it was just Germans up there. I don't know. I'm not a genius on D-Day. Anyway, somebody said this was boring. Fuck out of stream, bro. Who gives a fuck? Imagine, bro, the first waves of these boats of, like, you know, all the Allied powers, literally all of them died. All of them died. Like, instantly. And the U.S. and the Allies' strategy was, we're just going to keep sending people. At some point, it was just numbers. It was a numbers game. We have more people than they can kill. And then eventually they got through.
In the Pacific, the Battle of Guadalcanal and the continued island hopping campaign resulted in massive losses on both sides. And Nazi Germany continued doing Nazi Germany things. So again, a horrible time. Number 2, 1347. Welcome to medieval times. You really can't say anything about the mid-1300s that doesn't involve the bubonic plague. In 1347, the Black Death began ravishing most of Eurasia and parts of North Africa.
You hear about the Black Death too, you just start getting black bubbles, growths on your body.
Within a few years, the plague killed roughly a third of Europe, which probably put a pretty big dent into the cappuccino and scarf industries. The plague was caused by a bacterium in the fleas of rats, and rats were basically the podcasts of the 1300s. Completely unwanted, but absolutely everyone had them. Death from the bubonic plague was swift, but painful. An infected person would develop horribly swollen lymph nodes, often accompanied by fever and diarrhea, and would usually be dead in under a week. Medicine of the time was primitive, to say the least. A popular cure for the plague included taking a healthy chicken, plucking its back and bottom clean, and then strapping it to the patient's open sores. The idea was if the chicken became ill, it was helping to pull out the disease from the patient.
Oh, bro, what? So they would try and move the illness from you to another creature?
Okay, let's check your chicken today. Oh, awesome, it's almost dead. You're doing great. This would be repeated until the patient or the chicken died. Often both in many cases. Chickens weren't the only...
What was the odds of living? If you had the Black Plague, what were your survival chances? Probably like 10%. No, I feel like it had to be higher than 0, chat. Come on. Survival chances were extremely low, up to an 80% mortality rate. So there were instances where people would survive. Survival depended heavily on the type of plague. Bubonic had an 18% survival rate, septicemic had a nearly 0, and pneumonic had a 0. The bubonic plague was the most common. You had about a 1 in 5 of living.
Only animal rubbed on boils. Plague doctors also tried rubbing cut-up pieces of snakes on them as well.
Awesome.
See, snakes were considered evil, and so was the plague. So the idea was that if evil things liked other evil things, putting the snake on a boil would trick the plague into following the snake and leave the patient's body.
Wow, so people were really fucking stupid at this time. That's absurd. Wow, that was like the best idea they had. Like, I would rather them go, let's pee on it. Like, I would rather them be like, yeah, you got a wound there. I'm going to pee on it. Then I'm going to rub an alive chicken's butthole on your fucking wounds. So it sucks the fucking... The fucking sickness out.
Another cutting-edge cure for the Black Death was eating crushed emeralds. People who couldn't afford emeralds would drink arsenic or mercury instead, which probably was just a little less effective than the chicken and the snake. All the anguish from this pandemic began to pull society apart at the seams. Many people took the chaos of the situation as an opportunity to steal from the sick and weak. Needless to say, people were so...
Steal from the sick and weak, bro. If you were one of the guys that lived, you were just straight rolling in it, bro. You just steal everybody's shit. Half the households ain't got anybody in them anymore. They're dead.
So scared to help one another, many were left to die alone in misery. It took centuries for Europe and other parts of the world to recover from the mass destruction of the Black Death. Number 1,
yeah, I could easily see, dude. If you're in the UK, over half of London dies. Like, you're going to need 30, 40 years to just rebuild society.
36. This is essentially a greatest hits of all the worst moments from human history. Things kick off with our old friend the supervolcano, which sent a cloud of volcanic ash over the entire northern hemisphere. This left most of the world in virtual darkness for 18 months, brought the global temperature down 30 degrees, and caused, say it with me, widespread famine. Things were extra bad in China, where dust rained to the ground by the handful, and 70 to 80% of the population died. The lack of sunlight led to crop failures, starvation, and social unrest. But wait, there's more! On top of extreme...
Yeah, that's pretty scary, dude, living in, like, perma-darkness.
Food scarcity, a plague broke out in Europe. People would break out in pus-filled boils before perishing by the thousands, making disposal of the bodies impossible. Bodies were heaped in piles or thrown into the sea, only to wash back up days later. And the southern hemisphere wasn't spared. To make things worse, 536 had a powerful El Nino that warmed the waters off the South American coast, killing fish stocks, flooding the coasts, and you guessed it, causing widespread famine. So yeah, 536...
Oh my god, dude. People were literally just, like, constantly on the... I feel like societies like 1600s were just constantly on the brink of death, like, every 50 years. Like, oh my god.
giant beetle is powered by
Oh, it's a beetle.
a battery over here.
Oh, wow.
That's a nice cobra and hot dog.
What?
A cobra and hot dog.
Oh, the cobra, yeah.
That is actually a pretty good cobra.
I took a picture of the cobra.
So is this like the end point for everybody exploring this cave? This is like this is like hardcore geocaching, where they take something and leave something.
What the heck?
What was
I
that?
know.
It's like a shrine.
I know. And then a classic rope that goes up to who knows where. Wow. Oh, that's creepy. There's like a little figurine up there you're staring down at.
I gotta say, going with somebody else does make this a lot less scary. Like, being down there with somebody, if you're ever nervous, you're always like, okay, somebody else is here to navigate through with me. But if you're just full alone and it's dark, it would be so eerily quiet. Because it's not even like quiet like you're outside. It's quiet like you're in a room that, dude, you're underground. So there's no ambient noise.
Legend.
Oh, God, there's a fucking notebook. What do you think they're leaving for each other? Funny drawings.
Old legend.
From 2024, Haktua! Haktua in a cave!
It was destroyed. 2024 they started this one. Alright, it's just a bunch of people who signed this. Hey, I'm from Japan.
I'm from Japan. Oh my God, this hole.
OMG, this hole. Look, we got this random guy a shout out here. My name is Mike Ecstasy. Welcome to hell.
Mike Ecstasy. Mike Ecstasy sounds like a guy you'd meet at a bar. He'd offer you a drug that you've never seen in your life before, and then you just never see him again. Mike Ecstasy seems like a guy straight out of the Hangover movie. He's a DJ for sure. Yeah, he's a local fraternity DJ. Mike Ecstasy. Welcome to the hellhole. Oh, we got a little shout out for his music.
At 808 MXTC. I produce and make music.
We got.
I'm like hoping it's techno. Oh my God, this is exactly what I thought Mike Ecstasy would look like. Just a bro. It's actually a pretty good fucking beat. I'm not gonna lie.
But what is this guy saying? They're spreading healing frequencies out to the world. That's Mike Ecstasy. Dude, you're all over the place.
Yeah, they got mad at that shit. You might imagine the whole book's just Mike Ecstasy shout out.
Yeah, dude, you're all over the same guy.
Mike.
Oh my God, I actually fucking love these cavers. Stop.
We think that rope just went right back up to where we came from, so we're going deeper. Oh no, there's nothing down here.
Wait, what was that green thing? What is that?
It's just a creepy doll. Oh, that is so weird. Let me see the doll. It's like a Buddha shrine looking thing. Oh, okay.
Yo, on the back of it, it's probably going to say something about Mike Ecstasy. Congratulations, you found my shrine.
The wall.
Make sure to tune into my sick beats.
What'd you see down there? I think it's official, man. The cave ends in a Buddha shrine.
That's the bottom of the cave.
Yeah. And man, he is grinning.
He's grinning?
Yeah. Got a couple people praying over here.
Are they getting the clay from in the cave? Like, where are they using this stuff to make these sculptures?
Sounded weird and creepy. Oh, that is weird. It's so weird. Why is it so weird? It's like praying, or no, there's just meditating people here. Meditating snowmen. Mm-hmm. All right. I officially know where we're going again, but we're gonna leave this headlamp here because a subscriber left a comment on one of our videos, and he said he got stuck down here with no headlamp and literally just waited, and his friend finally found him down there. But this is gonna be there.
Yo, getting stuck down there with no flashlight would be horrible. It would be pitch black. Like, you wouldn't even be able to move.
Whoever finds it, it's yours. Alright, I'm climbing out.
You'd shit yourself, but you'd have to be, you literally, if you only had your headlamp and like no iPhone, no other phone light, and that was the only means you had to come down and up, and you make it to the bottom and then your headlamp dies, you're either A, waiting for somebody to come get you, or you're dead. Like, that's the only options. Like, you wouldn't be able to traverse this cave in the dark. Because it would literally be pitch black. Yeah, just full trusting the fucking strength of these ropes.
I don't know if this is the way to go or not.
Oh no. Stop.
You see something?
Yeah. Oh wait, I think this is a wall sign. Shout out to Mike Exit.
Okay.
Oh, it's just another shout out. Yo, imagine they're like, dude, we're lost. Where are we? Out of nowhere, they hear do 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 do. Mike.
Oh, this is the tight part. Dude, I see daylight. What? Yeah.
Where the fuck do you see daylight? Oh my god, it is daylight. Oh my god, dude, you have no idea how happy I'd be to get the fuck out of there. Like, if you were somehow like forced to do this.
Oh my gosh. Jeez.
Bro, they went in the evening too. It's almost nighttime outside. That seems horrible. What other videos does this person make? Action Adventure Twins. Oh, they're twins. Scuba diving giant marble mine goes wrong. She found him living in a huge cave on her land. Oh my god. What's their most popular video? High anxiety inside Petty John's cave. Look at that fucking thumbnail. Wow. Dropping GoPro down a deep mystery pipe. Do not watch if you're claustrophobic. We'll fast forward through a little bit. I'm not watching the whole 22-minute video. Yeah, no. Dude, your shoes, your feet standing vertically don't fit, so you have to fucking bend them to the side so you can shimmy through. That should be the measurement guide. If you got to be fucking sifting through the cave like this with your feet out to the side, like you're fucking, like you're in a ballet pose.
Oh, it helps collect your breath.
Oh my god.
Yeah, this is the part.
It's got to be like the video though, because I don't even think my head would fit in this part.
Gotta exhale.
The old exhale trick. Lower the diaphragm. What's the most... Oh, this is the most replayed part. The fuck was that? A stalagmite?
We're here at this crazy low passage, and...
Dude, it's so... What a payoff, man. Look at this view. Look at this view. It took us 6 hours to get down here. It smells like urine.
This crazy low passage, and Tim the Beast is gonna sit in this flooded passage. There ain't much room for anything in here.
Oh my god, wait, there's a note on this wall. Mike Ecstasy.
That's cold, isn't it?
God, it's been everywhere we have.
The hands and knees crawl.
Oh yeah, there's a see. No, this cave's kind of cooler though, because it opens up like so much to where you can kind of just freely walk around. That I get, like trying to like push through so you could get to some big payout versus just being at the bottom of some pit. All right, we're gonna call that there though, chat. We might watch more of those videos. What did ancient humans do all day before jobs existed?
You wake up when your body is ready. No alarm, no schedule, no place you need to be. You sit up, stretch, and ask yourself one question. What should I do today? For 99% of human history, this wasn't a hypothetical. This was every single morning for roughly 300,000 years. And
yeah, bro, but you're not waking up in a fucking bedroom going, oh, no alarm clock. What do I do today? You're waking up because you're sleeping in the outside. You're sleeping in nature. The sun rises. There's animals about. You're probably just going to wake up because it's time to wake up. Like, if you had to work on, like, circadian rhythm clock and you lived outside, you probably would wake up at, like, 7 a.m. every day because the sun's up. Like, maybe you sleep, like, an hour longer tops, but then you got shit to do, dude. You're going to die if you don't get fucking food. I know there was, even in medieval times, like once like alarm clocks didn't exist, but there was societies, there were people you could pay to like throw pebbles at your window to wake you up. Like they would be your alarm clock. There was like a person whose job was to stay up, and like when the sun rose, you would wake them up. They were called knocker uppers. Is that actually what they were called? Yeah, it was a job. Knocker uppers were human alarm clocks, and they worked in Britain and Ireland during the Industrial Revolution. They were paid a few pence a week per person to wake up factory and mill laborers. Alarm clocks were expensive and unreliable. These people had long poles and pea shooters to like bang on windows, and they would wake your ass up. I love learning about jobs like that like used to exist, but now they're just like, you know, in the future irrelevant. So why would you ever have somebody do that?
Now, modern humans spend about 90,000 hours of their lives working. That's roughly 1/3 of your waking existence dedicated to a job. But for the overwhelming majority of human history, jobs didn't exist. There was no employment, no wages, no boss, no career ladder to climb. So what did people actually do all day? Let's start with what we know for certain.
Fucking hunt, walk around. If I was a kid, I feel like most of it was like cultivating food, right? Like, even before, like, farming, it was just, like, foraging. Foraging for shit, hunting animals, making a fire, cooking the food, maybe improving on your shelter in some way, and then just fucking, you know. Infant mortality was through the roof. They had to constantly be having kids.
1963, archaeologist Richard Lee conducted a study that would change how we understand prehistoric life. He tracked the daily activities of the Dobeju.
When does gooning come in? I don't think they were ever gooning. I think they were just constantly having sex. Because it was like, if you were alive in like caveman times, the odds that you would live past the age of 5 was very slim. Like, you're probably dying when you're born. You're dying in the first year that you were born, or you're getting eaten or fucking some sort of disease in the first 5 years of your life. Like, one of the biggest things of science in general is the fact that we have reduced infantile mortality drastically. That's why our lifespan's up, right? There were a lot of people, like, when they say the average person didn't live till 25 in, like, caveman times, that's true, but the number's highly skewed from like people that died in infancy through early childhood. Like, if you were a caveman and you lived to like the age of 20, odds are you might live to fucking 45. Like, you'll probably figure it out. You know, you're not going to live to like you're 80, but there were people that were living till their 40s in earlier caveman times.
Swansea people in Botswana, one of the few remaining groups still living in a way that resembles pre-agricultural human life. He found that adults spent about 2.5 days per
1 in every 2 newborns died at birth. That, and then even in newer societies like the Spartans, 1 in 2 newborns died at birth. Maybe it might have been a little bit lower in that earlier society, but Spartan society, if your kid had a defect, they'd fucking throw it off a cliff. So it's like, you're getting a pull rate of like fucking 30%. Like 30% of kids are actually making it into the adult world. Not even the adult world. 30% are getting cared for because the other 70% died or they threw it off a cliff. And then of that 30%, only like what? 80% of them live to, you know, a certain age, and then now they die when they're 20 because they have to enroll in the military and all this. It was like brutal, man. Like, you always got to think, bro, Alexander the Great did all that shit before he was like 22, and then he died. Like, when you think of like people like that, like Alexander the Great, he died when he was 32. Like, most of the shit he accomplished, he was like 20. We've all seen 300, mate, ... lol. Okay, Benny boy. We've all seen 300, the movie. They don't show them chucking babies off cliffs and the fact that to prove yourself in the Spartan army, you had to go kill slaves. They romanticize the Spartan army. The Spartans were brutal people. It wasn't allowed to kill, like, you weren't allowed to do it, but it was still an initiation ritual where you had to go fucking murder some guy. Like, there was crazy shit they did in Spartan societies that they didn't show in the fucking movies. It's just this war group of people where it's like, 300 men that are trained to go kill wolves and they have to prove themselves in the wilderness. It's like, yeah, it was more than that.
Anthropologists look. The Hadza in Tanzania, the ache in Paraguay, the Martu in Australia. Completely different environments, different continents. Same result, about 15 to 20 hours per week spent on survival activities. For context, you probably work twice that. Now, some of you are thinking, but those are modern people. How do we know ancient humans lived the same way? Fair question, and the answer comes from bones. When archaeologists compare skeletons of ancient humans to early agricultural populations, the difference is dramatic. Farmers were shorter. Their bones show signs of nutritional deficiency. Their teeth were riddled with cavities from grain-heavy diets. They had arthritis in their spines from repetitive labor. And they died younger. Ancient human skeletons, taller, stronger, healthier teeth, less joint damage. Their bones tell a clear story. They were doing less repetitive physical labor, not more. But the most fascinating evidence comes from something archaeologists found that shouldn't exist if survival was a constant struggle: art. In 1994, explorers discovered Chauvet Cave in southern France.
Yeah, it was clear they had free time. Like, they had time to kill. Cave art, even Neanderthals, non-Homo sapiens did cave art. Like, other versions of humans did cave art. Like, they were efficient enough to do shit. And I always think about that, too. Like, imagine being alive in a time where other versions of people existed. Like, not just, like, Homo habilis or, like, Neanderthals. Like, what was that one group of people that lived on, like, island countries and they were 3 feet tall? No, it wasn't Homo erectus. Oh, my God. Not Homo habilis. I think it's Homo florensis. Florensiensis. Homo florensiensis. It was like a cave. I can't show this. They're naked. It was a type of people that lived in Indonesia. And this is before Homo sapiens. And they were like averagely 3 feet tall. Like full grown. It wasn't like they were like little people or something. Like they were like averagely 3 feet tall. This is like the skull structure of them. You could look it up. All the images, they're butt naked. But they were like really tiny. And they lived and like flourished for like thousands of years. Like none of them are alive anymore, but they were alive 50K years ago. And then they went extinct. We're all part. If you are from non-African descent, the average, like, European individual, like a Caucasian male, is, like, 1% to 2% Neanderthal. Because they crossbreeded. And then we killed them.
Created roughly
or outcompeted them.
30,000 years ago. Horses.
Sucks there's different types of humans. Well, I think it would ground people more if there were different types of humans. I think we hold ourselves at this higher echelon because it's like, oh, we're not animals, we're people. But, like, if there were different types of humans, you would be like, oh, we're just animals. Like, it would be a lot more recognizable if there were, like, Neanderthals and Homo erectus still walking around. You'd be like, oh, there's, like, actually different types of fucking people, man.
Rendered with perspective, shading, and movement. These weren't crude stick figures. This was sophisticated art that required skill, planning, and most importantly, time. Someone spent hours, maybe days, deep inside a cave by firelight, painting animals on a wall. Not for survival, not for food, for beauty, for meaning, for something to do. In Blombo's cave in South Africa.
Well, and then even games. Like, what, like, you could look up, like, I actually always look into this shit. Like, what's the earliest board game? What's the oldest game played? Like, what's the oldest game? Senet, an ancient Egyptian race game from the year 3100 BC. Bakuman from 3000 BC. So these were games for like 5,000 years ago. And then even then, there were probably just like stupid shit cavemen did. Like, who could hit this tree with a rock?
Archaeologists found 100,000-year-old
Soggy Biscuit. Yeah, Soggy Biscuit. A classic. An instant classic.
100,000-year-old perforated shell beads, tiny holes drilled through seashells, clearly meant to be strung together as jewelry. The nearest coastline was 20 kilometers away. Someone walked 40 kilometers round trip just to collect shells, then spent hours carefully drilling holes with stone tools, just to look good. In 2008...
Yeah, but I wonder how they had that. I feel like they had to be collecting and doing stuff in that time frame too, because like he's saying 15 to 20 hours a week was spent foraging and hunting. And yeah, I will say you want to be more sedentary because then you're burning more calories. Like there's no point. I'm forgetting that there's no food storage. So if you have food for the week, like say you have raw meat and you've cooked it or you've like even maybe put it in salt, like earlier on, like humans figured that shit out. Like that's not lasting super long. Like if you have food, okay, I'm good for 3 days and then I got to go get more food. There's no point in getting food now because I have it right now. And if I get more food, it'll rot. So it's like if you kill a deer, now you just do nothing for 3 days because you and your tribe are fine. Like you're just chilling. So it's like, all right, let's kill time. Let's go fuck around. And then we got to go find food again.
Researchers found a 40,000-year-old flute carved from a vulture bone in Germany. 5 finger holes, perfectly spaced. Whoever made this understood music, they understood pitch, and they spent significant time crafting it. Not for hunting, not for defense, for music. These aren't...
Like, that's so cool, man. Somebody figured that shit out.
...isolated finds. Across Europe, Africa, and Asia, archaeological sites from 100,000 years ago onward are filled with evidence of decorative objects. Carefully crafted tools far more elaborate than necessary for survival.
From 100,000 years ago?
And items that required hours of focused work with no immediate practical benefit. This is what people did when they weren't securing food. They created. They decorated. They made things beautiful. So let's reconstruct a day. You wake up around...
Bro, I just want to know the first human that went, whoa, what? Who am I? You know? And then I assume that's where, like, it had to be, like, earlier language. Like, once language was made... You know, there were people that were using complex language to question feelings they once had. Like, before language, there might have been some sort of sentience and a feeling of, like, dread, and it's kind of unexplainable. And then now they're able to put it to words once they have language capabilities, like, generations down. And then there had to be a first guy that's like, wait, what are humans? Like, what are we?
The fire from last night is still smoldering. Someone adds wood. You eat leftover meat or fish from yesterday. Maybe some nuts or berries collected the day before. Breakfast is social. People talk. They plan loosely for the day. Not because they have...
If there was no language, did they have inner voice? No, because your inner voice would be what the language you spoke is. So it'd be more animalistic and emotional based, maybe image based, like imagery in your brain. But earlier languages, it started out as like, you could look into like how languages begin. Written language is a lot more complex in how I try to understand it. Like when we had to do this for like some fucking class I took. But it's like earlier humans, it started out as like just base grunts and like kind of emotional communication. And then it was more like common terms where they didn't have sentences that could string together. But if they said a phrase, like they would know like, meant fucking deer or some shit. That was a bad explanation. But, like, they had a common shared term for something, and then they got better at signing to each other if they had to be quiet, like, oh, go over here, so they knew how to point and stuff. And then you start connecting that over thousands of years of, like, shared knowledge and what you're giving down to your kids. Eventually, they're able to talk like we are in, like, a stringed way. They're able to more complexly or more in a complicated way share how they feel. Or how they think.
Because that's what humans do. Around mid-morning, a small group might leave to hunt or gather.
Because, like, you get what I'm saying very rapidly, but if you break down every word of every sentence that I'm saying, it's like, it's correlated with some sort of meaning, right? You just get it because you've spoken English for your whole life or most of your life, or, like, you understand English fluently. But, like, if you're able to break down every term, it's like, oh, it's its own unique thing, obviously, with its own definition. This is a no shit moment. Somebody in chat say, no shit, Joe Bart, you're a dumbass, you're LARPing. What was I saying? Like that, it's just that over thousands of years just slowly combined. Boom, 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 boom. We need a word for this. Let's name it, blah, blah, blah. Like, yeah, no shit. I never understand how they put, like, an alphabet to something. Like, or earlier, like, Egyptian language makes more sense to me. Like the idea of having symbols that correlate with image in your mind, you know, having like a Latin root. Yeah. Or like a fucking vowel. Like a vowel was the biggest thing in written language, is like A-E-I-O-U, being able to like connect phrases in that way, because it's like what we're saying makes sense. But when you read a language, it's so verbally different. That's how you have people that are illiterate. It's because you can understand a language verbally, but like writing it down, you know English as a language in two different ways. You know Spanish as a language in two different ways. Like you could learn Japanese and never be able to read it, because it's like you actually know two different modes of communication.
Here's the key. You don't go every day. If the hunt was successful 2 days ago and food is stored, you might not leave camp at all. You might spend the morning working on tools, sharpening a spear, weaving a basket, scraping an animal hide to make it soft and usable. This isn't...
And that's why it's like, it's always based off of something. It's usually based off of vocal, like written language is based off vocal language. But for somebody that's like deaf that learns ASL is its own unique language that isn't correlated to spoken English. It's like its own fucking thing. They still understand both, but like somebody that is deaf reads, say, written English and also is able to communicate with American Sign Language.
Work in the modern sense. There's no clock, no supervisor. You do it because competence matters, because being skilled earns respect, because making things well is part of being human. If hunting happens, it's not the frantic chase you see in movies. Humans are persistence hunters. We track animals at a steady jog for hours until they overheat and collapse. We're the only species that can do this effectively because we can sweat and regulate our body temperature while running. Most animals can't. So we outlast them. The hunt might take 3 to 6 hours, including travel. Then the animal is carried back.
Or even when they had the hunt for exhaustion, yeah, might take that long. But even if you have an instance where they have bow and arrows and they shoot one, they might shoot a moose. Like if you're an earlier human, you shoot a fucking big ass animal. You hit a kill shot, but now you just kind of have to follow the moose around for fucking 9 hours till it collapses. Because you can't rush at it because it'll kill you. But you just have to wait from afar for it to fucking die and bleed out.
And by early afternoon, the productive part of the day is essentially over. What happens next is what modern people find hardest to understand. Nothing and everything. People rest. They sit in the shade and talk. They play with children. They groom each other, picking through hair, reinforcing bonds. They make...
If you're an earlier human, your chill time is the equivalent of being just like a more evolved ape creature.
Jewelry from shells or beads or animal teeth. They carve designs into bones or stones. They nap. Anthropologist James Sussman documented that among the Juhuansi, adults spend roughly 6 hours per day in what he called social time. Not working, not sleeping, just being with other people, talking, laughing, telling jokes, because in a world without money or police or written contracts, your survival depends entirely on your relationships. If people don't like you...
Yeah, but like when was there a fully spoken language where people were communicating in that way? What was the earliest spoken language? Well, I don't want to say an official language. It's impossible to know the first language ever spoken, true. Spoken languages leave no physical artifacts. Linguists estimate human speech emerged between 50,000 to 150,000 years ago, long before the invention of writing. Yeah, because written, that's where you're going to know is through written shit. Like Sumerians dating roughly back to 3400 BC, widely considered the oldest known written language. But even then, so say like 50,000 years ago, they had a definitive language they spoke to each other. Yeah, they just fucking chopped it up, just fucked around. But, like, what stories is there to do, you know? Because, like, when you hang out with your friends, you guys live different lives. You meet up. You have stories to share, things to talk about. If you're in a hunter-gatherer society with 8 people that you live with on a daily basis and you are around them all day, every day, like, what is there to talk about? You're not giving each other hypotheticals. You're not having fun, like, ooh, what ifs? What do you think about this, oh, pop culture stuff. It's all just about, like, chilling and fucking, oh, food. Maybe that's where, like, earlier religions and, like, beliefs took place because they would talk about that. Like, what do you think? Like, philosophical shit, but, like, more surface level. But I feel like it'd be, like, very shallow conversations, yeah.
They don't have to share food when you're hungry. So you invest enormous amounts of time in those bonds. Not because it's productive, because
they took shrooms and got geeked. I mean, we watched a video about that. Yeah, earlier ancient humans did get fucked up all the time.
it's how humans stay human. Then the sun sets, and this is when something remarkable happens. In 2014, anthropologist Polly Wiesner analyzed hundreds of hours of conversation recordings from the Zhu Huanzi. During the day, conversations were practical: who saw animal tracks where, which plants were ready for harvest, complaints about someone not sharing fairly. But at night, around the fire, 81% of conversations shifted to stories. Myths about how the world began, tales of ancestors who did impossible things, jokes that made everyone laugh, adventures from far away. Wiesner argued that this is where human culture was actually born. Gods, spirits, the past, the future. Things you can only think about when your stomach is full and you're safe. And people didn't go to sleep and stay asleep the way you do now. Historical records from medieval...
I mean, yeah, even earlier, like, more, like, philosophers in the thinkers sense were all just rich people, bro. Like Plato and all those guys, like, it was very rare you'd have a philosopher in, like, early Greek times not be just filthy rich. Because if you weren't rich, you were working, and you didn't have time to fucking sit on your ass and think about life for, like, endless amounts of time. So it's, yeah, during free time is when people have those thoughts.
Europe and sleep studies from the 1990s confirmed that before artificial light, humans slept in two phases. First, sleep for about 4 hours, then a wakeful period of 1 to 2 hours in complete darkness, then second sleep for another 4 hours. So here's what...
I feel like that's how I live regularly. I feel like that is kind of just how I wake up at, like, fall asleep, wake up 4 hours later, can't fall asleep for another hour, pass out.
What a full day looked like.
And the whole time I'm sitting there, I'm like, damn, I could just, like, start my day. But then I'm like, oh, I'm just going to crash 5 hours from now.
About 4 to 6 hours securing food or making tools. About 6 hours in social interaction, storytelling, grooming, playing. About 8 hours sleeping in 2 separate phases. And the rest, resting, sitting, watching clouds, doing nothing in particular.
Oh my god, having a fucking posted up Minecraft spawn. Holy shit. Living in just like a dope-ass field on a beach, in a cave, in a mountain with a view.
Existing without needing to justify your existence through productivity. Then, about 10,000 years ago, something changed. Humans in the Fertile Crescent began planting seeds and domesticating animals. Agriculture. And agriculture is a trap. Once you start farming, you can feed more people. More people means you need more food. More food means more farming. Within a few generations, populations exploded and there was no going back. Because now there were too many mouths to survive by hunting and gathering. You were locked in. And farming required far more labor. Plowing, planting, weeding, harvesting, storing, defending crops from animals and raiders. The skeleton...
But that's the only reason any of us are alive. Like, if we didn't have agriculture and mass population growth, none of us would exist because your parents would have never met and your parents' parents would have never met. Like, there would be people and humans still on Earth, but they would all be very localized populations of hunter-gatherers that stayed in that circle for thousands of years. Like, if you have two like, maybe your parents were in the same area, but, like, your grandparents might be from 2 different countries. Like, and then their grandparents are from a different area. Like, you would have never had people intermingle, like, culture-wise or race. Like, if you're mixed, like, especially that. Like, if you're, like, half black, half Caucasian, there would have been 0 chance your ancestors would have fucking met without agriculture.
Early farmers worked harder, ate worse, and died younger than the hunter-gatherers who came before them. But the population kept growing, and with larger populations came specialists, toolmakers, potters, weavers, inventors, then soldiers, priests, administrators, and eventually jobs, employment. The idea that your time belonged to someone else in exchange for resources. By the time we built cities, the original human lifestyle was gone, replaced by schedules, obligations, the need to work most of your waking hours just to survive in the system we created. Today, you spend 90,000 hours working.
And it's a constant loop of return to increase production. Like, any surplus of goods is reinvested into the system to grow the system. Like, we're constantly serving the future rather than the present. Anything that you do that's like, oh, this is more efficient, now we can do this. No, Like, we watched a video about that with factories. Like, if you're able to, like, more effectively produce energy, instead of just making energy cheaper, you just make more shit that needs energy. Like, that's why prices of that stuff never go down. Because whenever we get better at making something, you just make more things that need that shit. Because now we'll just keep that at, like, a stagnant $2. We'll make it more efficient, and then we'll add more stuff. So you have more luxuries, but those luxuries never get cheaper.
Your ancestors spent way less. You sleep in one block and call waking up at 2 a.m. insomnia. They slept in 2 phases and used the middle hours for reflection. You spend your life chasing an illusion of greatness, achievements, wealth, and success by standards society invented. They woke up every morning already free, already enough, and at peace with nothing to prove to anyone. They didn't need to become successful. They were already living the life you're...
Yeah, I wonder if there was like a level of, like, what level of depression existed within earlier humans. I don't think it was ever depression. I think there was higher rates of anxiety. Like, that's what I think existed more. I think depression was very far and few between in earlier humans, and it was almost certainly just full-on anxiety. Because you're just worried about dying. Worried about dying, worried about the future. Your fucking leg's injured. You're bleeding out. You have an infection. Like, that type of shit.
Working your entire existence to retire into. You make art if you can find time after your job.
Like, you trade freedom for safety in modern society. Like, the freedom of this era was better, but it's like you could die at any time. There's no net to catch you.
Made art because they had time, and that's what humans do. We're not a different species, but we live so differently from how humans lived for 99% of our existence that we might as well be. We traded freedom for food security, leisure for population growth, time for productivity, and most of us have no idea what we gave up, because we never knew it was there.
You think somebody said you think they gambled? Maybe, but I don't know, dude. Imagine being the first guy that made a casino. Holy fucking printing. You're the first guy that invented, like, blackjack, and you're the house. Fuck. You probably raked in money, man. Going to the OG slots. Well, not even the OG slots, bro. Those were, like, glitchable. I'm just saying you're the first dude that invented, like, a roulette wheel. Bet on it. And you're just the house. Infinite money glitch. Legitimately. But everybody would hate you. All right. I have to go piss. And then we'll hop into the last video. How rich kids cheat the SAT. This is Big A. This is H. Rioch. He's also a streamer, but I think this is a really interesting topic he's going to talk about, so...
I want to talk about SAT cheating, a rising scandal. Parents are fuming.
I have to move my camera.
About other people's kids getting extra time on the SAT. Now,
was extra time cheating, technically? I knew a guy, dude, I knew a guy that I grew up with, went to middle school with, went to high school with. We're in the SAT room. He goes... Yo, I will pay you $100 to this smart guy in my class. He goes, I'll pay you $100 if I could sit behind you. And you just kind of move your test score sheet to the, like, left a little bit. Dude did it, cheated on the whole fucking SAT, got a 1350. Proctor didn't fucking see shit. I was watching it happen. Like, I'm taking the SAT, I look over, and he's just, like, full copying this kid's answers. That's insane.
I'd heard tell of this through other articles and other news stories throughout the years, but this one was really specific. Parents have reached a break.
That's loser shit. Bro, people cheat on the SAT all the time. The problem is if you cheat on the SAT and you get caught, ooh, that's bad. That's really bad. Like, the risk outweighs the reward. Just take the SAT. What is the SAT? A U.S. standardized test that is centralized around reading, comprehension, writing, and math. And it is a metric that is used to determine how smart you are in some ways, as well as whether or not you'll get into colleges and scholarships. More colleges don't use it now, but a lot of colleges still do. It's the SAT, and then what's the other one? What's the other one that uses science? I never took the other one. Is it the ACT? Yeah, the ACT I never took. The ACT is out of like 30-something or some shit. The SAT, you get a score up to 1,600. 1,600's perfect. You get a minimum of 400. I took it 3 times, never studied. First one, I got an 1120. Then I got like a 1,200, and I took it one more time. I got a 1,300 flat. And I remember the day before I took it, I didn't study, but I was asking this guy that did well on the SAT what he did. He was like, wake up, take a cold shower, and eat almonds. I was like, okay. And it worked.
They're extremely angry. And so I decided to look a little more into it. Now, before I go on, I have to give a warning. Warning, 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 warning. This is for commenters and chatters. Whatever you have, ADHD, anxiety, IBS, I believe that it's real. I'm not calling whatever you've been diagnosed with not real. I am saying that there is a strong bit of evidence that wealthier students are exaggerating, faking, or using this stuff to get it.
Yeah, they're like out of 20 people that have extra time on the SAT, only like 10 of them actually have ADHD or some sort of need to actually get extra time. Like, that's annoying. I get you needing it if you actually have, ADHD. But there are people that, yeah, I could see that. Getting their parents to, like, somehow get a written note from a doctor that it says they need this, but in reality, they really don't. That, or they're, like, going to the doctors and kind of, like, they're, like, faking it so they get, like, the capability to get extra time. I'm not, in hindsight now, I don't dislike it. Like, if you need extra time, you need extra time. If I'm being honest, when I was in high school, there was a kid in my class that had ADHD, and during finals and the SAT, he would get like 30 minutes extra time, and I fucking hated him for it. I remember being so annoyed. I remember being like, you lucky fuck. Like, I was mad. I remember being mad. I remember being like, why do you get extra time? And I don't. Now I'm like, well, he has ADHD, so, But I also knew the guy, and I think he was one of the rich kids that kind of maybe tipped the scales a little bit.
So let's go into it. The SAT, an important test for college admissions here in America. And what's interesting is, on the SAT, you have a certain allotted amount of time to take the test. And that is how it's used to be standard.
Somebody in chat just said, I fake dyslexia, and now I get extra time. How did you fake dyslexia?
It's a standardized aptitude test. People, over time, have claimed that because of certain conditions like anxiety.
Bro, where should I move my camera? I'm going to move on the left. This is going to be a rare Joe Bart left side reaction.
Or ADHD or irritable bowel syndrome, that they need more time. They need 50% more time or double the time, or they need extra bathroom.
Double? I'm not even going to lie, bro. I finished most SAT segments well before the time was up. I think they give you, I'm saying like non-ADHD people with ADHD. Like, I think if you don't have a mental disorder, you have more than enough time. Like a 20-minute segment, I'm finishing that shit in like 12. And then I sit there and just wait because I'm not allowed to move on. I remember, bro, because when you take the SAT, you're not in your school necessarily. Like, you could take the SAT. I took 3 SATs. 2 of them I took at my school, and 1 of them I took at another school. And when you're taking it, it's people from all over your area. It's just like an SAT test zone. So, like, if you take it at your school, yeah, most of the people in your room are going to be from your class, but there's going to be a lot of people that are from other places. And this was the second SAT I had. I remember I was a sophomore, and this kid that walks in, bro, he had to be like 11 years old, swear to God. He walks in with with a folder and a calculator, and I'm like, yeah, this kid's gonna fucking fail this shit. He was like some young Sheldon ass. Yo, but I don't think he was even like, I don't think he was like a kid prodigy. I think his parents just wanted him to like get the SAT down. So like when he was in high school, he'd be really good. Because you could just like infinitely take it. So like most people take it like once. Like he's probably going to take it every fucking 3 months for years. You've said this before? Yeah, bro. And he sat right in front of me. And I remember I would pay $200 right now to know what that kid got. Because there's no part of me. I know he had to have gotten like an 800. Like, bro, he had to be in like 5th grade. He had to be in like 5th fucking grade. There's no way you're doing well Just turn your face cam off. We don't want to see your ugly balding ass. All right.
At like a community college or a non-wealthy high school or whatever, of people taking the SAT with these accommodations, having these problems, is 2.7%. Less than 3 out of 100 are diagnosed with these issues that require special accommodation. But one thing you'll notice is if you start looking at the wealthier and more successful schools, like Amherst College, that
oh my God, is it like way higher?
Number jumps up to 34%.
2.7 to 34%. Yeah, motherfuckers are paying to have ADHD. Motherfuckers are fucking lying about that. What? 34% of the students need extra time? There's no way.
At like Brown, it's 22%. Cornell, it's 25%. And at Stanford, the most egregious in the country, Stanford, by the way, probably because they also give special dorm room accommodations if you have a disability, which means you can get a single room instead of a double. You don't have to.
Oh, you can get a single room as a freshman if you have like a need to. Yeah, whenever you put that in place, there's going to be people that fucking scam the system.
Roommate. 38% of students at Stanford right now have a disability. Officially diagnosed disability. Over a third are saying they have a disability that allows them to get extra time on a test, a special room. And what's interesting is all evidence suggests that these disabilities should be more prevalent among people who are financially struggling, because the idea of like stressors, nutrition access, all that stuff should be higher. But it's the inverse. You see them appear way more often among wealthy students. This guy's from Stanford. He's saying half of his class gets to take their test in the accommodations room and get extra time. So the graph is insane, and it's rising so.
Yeah, you're a fucking Stanford student.
Fast.
You're at an Ivy League, and half of your class is fucking getting extra time
in recent years.
There's just no way.
Now you may have heard about something similar to this.
It takes up space. It takes up space for people that actually have one. Yeah, no, that's fucking annoying as shit. Like, you actually have ADHD. You are struggling and need more time, and then you're sitting next to 3 jackasses that are just fucking scamming the system, so they're able to fucking make more money. Or not make more money, get more time, and therefore make more money because they want to go to an Ivy League.
Scandal back in 2019. This kind of went viral. There was a Netflix movie about it. It was mostly about college admissions, though. This is like the Lori Loughlin, dozens of parents got.
Oh my God, the fucking paying for good SAT scores. Yo, your kid got to be a fucking stupid ass idiot. You have a stupid fucking son for you have to pay a shitload of money to an SAT proctor to give your kid a good fucking score or give him the right answers. Your kid's a brick. Right? What are we doing? Like, I'm not trying to be that guy, but like, if you're a rich ass, I make good money. If my kid's a fucking dork and he sucks at taking the SAT, tough shit, right? You suck at taking the SAT. I'm not going to fucking pay somebody $100,000 so you could fucking get into Harvard. All right. You're a bum. You shouldn't go to Harvard. Right. That's what the fucking mindset should be. Right. You don't have the accolades, the experience, or the intelligence to go to Harvard, so you're not going to Harvard. What is with this weird rich person mentality of being like, I need to pay for my kid to be in the best college and have the best education and have the best. Yeah, you want your kid to do well, but if your kid sucks at the fucking SAT, let him suck, right? Fucking silver spoon ass. You're just handing him everything instantly. What are we fucking doing?
They focused mainly on the fake admissions. Creating a fake sport your kid played and like hiring whatever, all that stuff. That was the big story. But under the radar was a lot of what we're seeing come to the surface now with regards to test concessions and test accommodations. This is from the depositions. This is from the released depositions of these trials, okay? So this is a recorded taped phone call between this guy selling accommodations and this woman who's a mom. She goes, thanks for taking the time earlier today. I'm particularly interested in working with you guys and figuring out what's best for my daughter. She's an interesting kid. I'm sure you've seen them all. But this notion of going in, flying out to LA, sitting with your proctor and taking the exam is pretty interesting. Now, what they're doing is they're creating a separate testing site with a special proctor who is extremely accommodating, if not helping cheat. And these students can fly out and take the test there in this special quiet room.
Yeah, that's so fucking weird. That is so fucking weird. Dude, your SAT proctor should be the equivalent of a substitute teacher. They should be sitting there, walking around, and just hawking over you. That's it. Like, if you go, oh, I have a question, can't help you, I actually don't know. Right? Like, you should hire SAT proctors that don't know how to take the SAT. Because then they can't help you. Then it's like, oh, there's no way they're even able to give you the answers or feed you anything.
A home run of home runs. And
yeah, SAT proctors, as all SAT proctors should have to have taken the SAT when they were in high school and gotten an 800.
It works.
That way, if you cheat off them, then you're probably going to do worse than if you actually just took it.
Every time. Talks about how you have to appeal to get the accommodation. So what we'll do is, I need you to tell your daughter that when she gets tested, to be as stupid.
Oh my God. Is this real? They're saying when she goes to get tested for like ADHD or something, literally just like purposefully get everything wrong.
To not be as smart as she is. The goal is to be slow, to be not as bright. All that we show discrepancies. They have this plan where people are faking. They are faking some kind of thing in order to get, and they have to pay. This is a leaked combo. This is a leaked combo, yes. You have to pay money. So it's like $4,000-$5,000. And if they don't get it from one psychologist, they just go to the next one. They are just going.
I mean, yeah, dude, but people do that all the time with shit. People doctor hop all the time until they hear the answer they want to hear. Like, I get you going to, like, multiple sources to see. Bro, did you see the one fucking video of the woman that said she had, like, phantom, like, fucking bipolar disorder or some shit? And she was like, I've been to 20 doctors and they all tell me I don't have it. And I'm like, that means you don't have it, right? Like, somebody find that video. Maybe it wasn't BPD, but she said she had something. She was like, I have phantom blank. And she was like, I've been to doctors and they all tell me I don't have it. And it's like, oh, probably because you don't have it. Like, what? Like, it was autism? Oh my God, yeah, she said she had autism. She said she had phantom autism. Or no, it wasn't phantom. It was Schrodinger's autism. She said she had Schrodinger's autism. And she said that she's autistic, but every time that she goes and gets a doctor to look at her, then she's no longer autistic. I go, what? Like, inside the world's scariest meat market. Is that real? Why does that look like a doll?
Sulawesi's markets are just on this completely other level. People call it Asia's most extreme market for a reason. This is like the final boss of extreme food culture. I've never seen anything quite like it.
This is pure and utter madness.
Even Indonesians from outside this.
I feel like I'm not really okay. I've never eaten a bat before. Would I try it? Yeah, I would try a bat, but like I feel like in a crazy exotic meat market would be like some shit that's poisonous. If they were selling like Fuji or whatever it is, like fucking puffer fish. No, not getting that. That's how you get COVID. Dude, then I'd be patient zero.
Downright terrified of this place. It is
Fugu, not Fuji.
Known to have everything you
That was just a duck.
can imagine. Cats, dogs, rats, pythons, and endless numbers of bats.
All right, hard pivoting what, yeah, okay.
I gotta be honest, guys. I don't know if any of this ever makes it on.
Would you eat a dog? No. I'd eat a guinea pig. I would never eat a dog. I'd never eat a dog or a cat. I think that it's, obviously it's like different culturally how you view that animal, but I truly believe that like dogs and cats are basically bred to be human companions rather than food, so I don't think it even makes, not even just moral, but like logical sense to eat a dog. Would you eat a horse? I would try a horse. They serve, when I was in Iceland, I can't eat a horse, because I have alpha-gal. Anyways, I would try one though if I could. But yeah, they have horse in Iceland. That was like a big thing on one of I went to like a big steakhouse and they had they had steak, they had whale, they had horse, and then puffin. And I was like, wow, I'm not going to try that. And I wish I kind of did, because now I can't. Whale? Yeah, I feel like I wouldn't like whale. I don't think I would like eating whale. Puffin probably would just taste like chicken. And I would bet that horse just tastes like steak.
YouTube.
And what
I would bet horse tastes like steak.
What appeals to me
Like
is
word,
that
word for word.
isn't about some kind of crazy shock value. It's not some weird medical claim that's driving the appeal. It's not novelty for tourists. It's none of that. This is what people eat here for Christmas dinner.
In Tomahan, for Christmas, you
Oh, is this like festivity? Like this is like where people splurge.
eat like bat?
Yeah, we do.
Like that's the specialty.
Correct.
And what outsiders see as just completely insane, as extreme, is just everyday Minahasan culture. It's part of the tradition here that just never really modernized. So why does this still exist?
The wing is the best.
I mean, isn't it becoming more and more outlawed to eat like what would be considered Western pets in Eastern countries? Like, I feel like I've seen a lot of shit where it's like becoming more and more, I guess, normalized to just like not like, hey, don't eat that. Like, I know that's obviously a stereotype too, of like Asian people, which is just racist. But I'm pretty sure that's like in most Asian countries, that's like not even really a thing.
That's crazy.
It's the best bit. Yeah. In my family, everybody will just like, fights for the wings. Yeah, no kidding.
Here's my plan. We're going to check out a few of these markets to see if the food is actually mainstream or if these are just...
What do you think bat would taste like? Like a bird? I feel like it would taste really bad. Like chicken, but like something's off. Like something's really not right. Well, like, just like a mixture of like chicken and turkey.
Few fringe stalls that are pushing this narrative on the rest of the world.
Crocodile, I've eaten crocodile or alligator.
And I'm gonna...
I never know which I've eaten.
Push myself to the limits, of course, by trying this stuff out at a local restaurant. Check it out.
I think a dog would be the line for me. I would try like horse, I'd try guinea pig, I'd try rat, bat. I couldn't eat something that like I have as a companion. I would not be able to eat a dog. A cat? No, that's what I'm saying. Like anything that I would say I would classify as like a pet. Obviously guinea pig's a pet, but it's like I don't really have an attachment to like a guinea pig.
If I'm the only one there. And finally, we've got to head out to the source. We've got to trek into the jungle, try and find some locals to take us on a true hunt and see if we can see...
What is that? Oh my god, just right over the flames.
How this stuff...
Holy shit, just cooking him with his fucking organs in and
goes
everything.
down Sulawesi style.
It is pretty thick Sulawesi jungle, and for just some tiny ass little rats, it is wild.
How do you catch a rat in a jungle? I feel like I would starve to death in the wilderness in fucking days, bro. How does somebody catch a rat? I would be running around that thing. Like, you would have to set up a trap. Raccoons are becoming domesticated. I would love to own a raccoon. They're little bandits. Wait, where is this? Sulawesi. Have never seen this on GeoGuessr. In Indonesia. I never guessed that island.
Just like...
Oh my god, I could tell you right now, if you fucking spawn me on this goddamn road, I'm going Jakarta. If you spawn me on this road in GeoGuessr, I'm going, that looks like English, but I can't understand any of it. There's no special characters. It just looks like I'm reading gibberish. That's how you know that you're in Indonesia. Because it's like, okay, Babi Utang, Patolo, I don't know what I'm reading.
My kind of jam, Just roadside, retailing bats. Boar, python, bats, frogs. Well,
ooh, I'd eat frog, no problem.
They're skewered on sticks like some kind of popsicle from hell.
What an entrance to a market. We didn't even get there yet. We just saw this roadside guy just hanging out here. I have bat blood dripping all over my hands, but if you ask me, that is a good start to the morning. Let's go. All right, good morning.
All right, we gonna get a taste test here? I wish we had like a Disney adult go to one of these markets. All right, guys, so the market's gonna close in under an hour. Are we gonna be able to see how many bats we're gonna be able to eat in the next 30 minutes? Like, are we gonna be able to make the rides in the next hour?
People, we are in the Tamahan market, which is well known.
I'm looking for a few items that I don't know whether or not they're gonna have. First off, fugu. Poisonous fish.
Has the reputation of being...
Are those eggplants?
One of the craziest meat markets in Asia. I gotta admit, so far, It is beautiful. But we're about to step into the meat section, which of course is where you beeline to when you hit an Asian market.
I would act like I'm an expert. I'd wander around. I'm just staring. I'm staring at a dead bat. I'm just like, hands behind my back. I'm just kind of pacing like, how much? Ooh. Ooh.
Crazy. Woo. That did not take long.
Yeah, I'm happy he blurred that.
As we hit the corner of the market, there are some blackened out roasting dogs. There's pigs everywhere. There's a dude carrying around a tray of, is that rats or squirrels? That's rats.
Oh my God. Do you think they're seasoned?
Yeah.
Wow.
Bro, like I could not, like I'm not, I'm oh my God, I don't think I could eat that. I know I'm stuttering. I'm like, holy fuck.
Oh, if you guys know anything about me, you know I'm very much a rat
I don't
fan.
think I could eat that. I would try it, but like, dude, I would want you to just hand me a piece of meat and just be like, tell me if this tastes good. Don't tell me what fucking animal it is. I don't want to see the whole dead rat and be like, all right, I'm going to buy it on a stick.
Of the market, there are some blackened out roasting dog squirrels. That's rats?
Yeah.
Wow. If you guys know anything about me, you know I'm very much a rat fan. I don't know why it's become this kind of like sick addiction. Jungle rat here in Sulawesi is a huge, huge thing. But we're going to venture a little bit deeper into this market and see what else we can find.
The second you step in, it is just absolute sensory overload. There's not one or
Oh my God, I love that guy. Smoking a cigarette, just fucking cleaving away at this hunk of meat.
absolute sensory overload. There's not one or two stalls here. Every
Oh,
vendor
they're all doing it.
is just stacked with jungle fare. And one thing mainly jumps out. Bats. They are everywhere. They're stacked on trays. They're hanging on hooks. Vendors are flapping them about to try and attract customers.
Oh my God, guys, I don't think I've ever seen a market like this. This is pure and utter madness. It's just like, we are 2 steps in. I thought I'd have to hunt down the exotic meat, but this is like next level.
And the sight is wild. But the smell is what really brands it. Just burning hair, charred skin, blowtorches, firing up the...
Yeah, like, I don't want to say are they overcooked, but the bats are char black. Is that just, are they not cooked and they look like that? Like, I'm going to be real. I don't think I've really ever seen a bat close up in real life. I know they have, like, fur, but you only see them in the sky.
Second and order lands.
We have huge pythons hanging from this structure. The boar is everywhere. Obviously, not that common in Indonesia. I'm so used to not finding pork in Indonesia at all, but this is a Christian area, not Muslim. So there's plenty of wild boar everywhere, just like hair on, and wow, there's some big...
That lady had a Gucci shirt on.
That's right here.
You think that shit was real? It's a little B-roll. She kind of looks disgusted by that.
That is wild. Oh, wow. All right, guys. That, I've got to admit, is kind of gnarly. Just the texture, the kind of wetness on my skin.
Oh, God, it's wet?
The like mini claws that are biting into my hands. The rubbery nature of it. It is just like one ugly looking creature. I guess we do like the
Is that its penis?
locals do. We buy a couple of these bad boys and we got to cook one up.
Do you think the wings kind of taste like chicharrones?
So this is how they
Could get behind that.
normally sell it. So the same like that, slightly roasted.
Yeah.
So it's easily they will, when someone's coming in here and buy it, that will be clean all the stomach part.
Yeah.
That's it. And then sometimes you can ask them to chop it or not, just like this.
Oh, you don't eat the wings?
He's taken off the wings, and I think he's going to give it a quick blowtorch so that it ends up a bit more like these guys hanging out down here.
The hair singed right off with a blowtorch.
Okay, there seems to be a pretty specific set of features that we roasted down, like the claws, like the hair right off the body. What we have now is this like naked bat.
And then it's broken down. Shoulders cut, chest pried open.
How much do you think the back costs?
What's left
$5
is hacked into chunks, ready for the pot.
we have this kind of...
Bro, I'm eating right now. I could eat watching this, no problem. I never understand that shit. Oh, dude, I'm eating. Oh, dude, I'm eating. You're not watching somebody throw up. Bro, you know what you're eating? You know what you're eating? Probably a dead animal. You know what you're looking at? A dead animal. What the fuck? I mean, the disconnect's unreal right now. You're probably eating chicken wings, watching somebody cut a bat up, and you're like, oh, no, this is ruining my vibe. You're eating a dead animal.
Lovely assortment of bat parts, ready to roll.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you. We got a sub, people. Yes. Oh, thank you, sir. One package bat ready to go.
I want to see him eat it. When are you going to eat it?
This looks like a nondescript house in the middle of Sulawesi, but in fact, it is a restaurant. And inside, they have some of their local specialty dishes. This is like a common local eatery. It's not like you got to go to someone's backyard who cooks up special Chinese medicine infused, whatever, like you might find bat and cobra done in Jakarta. Here, it's...
See, cobra's a no-go for me because that thing's fucking poisonous. Like, anything that kills prey by, like, poisoning them to death or, like, inserting some sort of venom is a no-go. Like, I wouldn't want to eat that. You also have alpha gal. I could eat a snake, Zod. Snakes aren't fucking mammals.
A staple. So we're gonna check out how it's done right now. Let's go. The Minahasan people are devout Christians.
How do snakes have sex? I'm not Googling it.
And it is absolutely everywhere you look. You walk into a restaurant even, and you can just feel it everywhere. There's crucifix.
They don't? No, they do. No, they definitely do. I don't think it's like a salmon thing where like one lays an egg and the other fertilizes it. They have coils. Yeah, I'm assuming it's like a hole.
Verses on the wall, and just this faith is woven into this space. And in my mind, that's kind of starkly juxtaposed against what is on the menu. It's not that there's anything wrong with it, it's just not what I usually...
That's no problem, bro. Rice with chicken, I'm getting that off rip.
...associate with sort of really traditional Christian meals. Either way, the menu is just straight up jungle fare. There's bats, pythons, dogs, you name it, and the place is just packed. Locals are pulling up, lining up at the counter and ordering canteen style like it's just another weekday lunch spot. They're like, I'll take a better cat, a better dog, some of that python, a bat please. It is kind of wild. And out back, the cook is already in his groove. I hand him the bat, and he is more than happy to show us how this is done from scratch.
All right, the fly's going over it's a problem.
The bat first gets cubed, and I'm talking just straight up cubed. Everything is going in this thing. Organs, intestines, the hairy ears, those pea-infused wings and skin.
The entrance to the infamous nervous breakdown. To their frustration.
They're not even there yet, freaking out about getting there.
Part of the surrounding area had collapsed, making it much harder to find a safe route forward. Rocks were scattered everywhere. Narrow drops surrounded them, and pitch-black darkness filled the space. After a long search, Edward eventually located an entrance and decided to go down, leaving his brother above as a backup in case something went wrong. He had no idea that this decision would become one of the biggest mistakes of his life. After descending a bit deeper, Edward tried to contact his brother, but there was no response.
I found a rope!
Oh my god, and they just stopped communicating? I feel like I would think he's dead.
Huh. I don't hear James anymore. Uh-oh.
He suddenly found himself in a nightmare scenario, lost in an unknown part of the cave with no way to communicate. At first, he tried to stay calm.
They don't even have like radios or things they could call for help with?
And continued moving, still hoping he would meet James somewhere ahead. But after 30 minutes of searching and calling out with no answer, the reality of the situation began to sink in.
I'm leaving, bro. I'm leaving. Are you going to keep going deeper in to try and find... Like, wait, I'm confused right now. Is his brother or friend in front of him deeper in the cave or further back? Or they're just different... They're lost. Like, they're at different parts. It's like a maze.
Panic was the worst possible
oh, he's just lost.
reaction, but anxiety was slowly taking over. After countless...
What are these ropes on the ceiling? They can't just fall? Like,
failed
follow
attempt.
that?
To locate his brother, Edward decided to retrace his steps, only to realize how difficult that would be.
They ain't got like breadcrumbs. I feel like I'd be marking the cave.
James! It's been like 30 minutes since I last saw him. I don't even know where I'm at. I tried to go back to the last place I saw him, and everything just looks the same.
Nah, this is the worst. This is the worst. This is the worst. The only thing I will say is if I got turbo lost and people knew I was caving, I would be like, all right, they're gonna find me. I just have to stay alive for 3 days without, you know, starving to death or dying of dehydration. Because they would send someone.
It's just a jumbo maze.
Every direction looked exactly the same in the dim light of his headlamp. Narrow tunnels and uneven rock walls offered
What if it floods? Do they do that?
no landmarks
Oh my god, it starts raining.
to help him remember where he had come from. With every step, the situation became more desperate. A single wrong choice could leave him wedged in a passage too tight to escape. Or worse, he could fall into a hidden fissure. Even with
Bro, I mean, like, I understand he could get in a path that's, like, too tight for him to retreat. But, like, couldn't he, if he was like, oh, this is getting tight, I don't remember this, turn around.
without physical injury, it would be easy to wander in circles until exhaustion took over. The recording, which began with excitement as he entered the nervous breakdown, could have ended as a tragic documentation of his final moments. After what felt like endless wandering in circles, Edward finally spotted a small but familiar detail, a piece of marker tape he had noticed earlier on his way down. Following it, he was finally able to find his way back.
James! Oh. You're over here? Oh. Dude.
Dude, I was about to start smashing my head against the wall, man. It's been days. Where have you been?
This place is a maze, man. Oh, hey, I see your light. Dude. I thought we were never gonna see each other. Dude, I know. Oh.
After reuniting, the brothers stayed together for the rest of the expedition and eventually made it safely out of the cave without serious injuries. This experience didn't stop them from exploring caves. They continue to upload videos to their YouTube channel, but now
DMT trip down there, yo, that would actually be like a crazy torture. Like, hey, if you don't give us the information, we're gonna give you DMT, knock you out, and then leave you in a cave. And you have to find your way out. You know what's so crazy is the rampant change in YouTube content. I could really see like a stupid YouTuber be like, I'm going to go down in this cave and then I'm going to do salvia. I'm going to go down in this cave and then I'm going to take something. See if I can find my way out.
now they do so with far more caution and much better preparation. The following story took place in January 2014, when a group of cave explorers set out to conquer Lost John's Cave in Lancashire, England. This impressive cave system stretches for about 3 miles, with known depths reaching around
How long are they down there?
700 feet.
This is like an all-day thing.
Most of the team had years of caving experience behind them, and, like many seasoned explorers, they were confident in their abilities. They carefully prepared for the expedition, studying maps, planning their route, and packing the necessary gear. But in the world of caving, there is a brutal truth. When something goes wrong, no amount of planning can guarantee safety. Even the most experienced explorers can find themselves in life-threatening situations. That is exactly what happened to one member of the group, Bob Johnson. At first, the
bro's name is Bob. I thought they were gonna say his name was. I heard Butt Johnson. That's why I rewinded. Bob's not that crazy. His name's Robert. When I originally heard it, I heard Butt Johnson, and I went, "There's no way this guy's name is Butt."
team moved deeper into the cave, using their equipment to overcome each obstacle.
But one of them couldn't make it past everything. Butt Johnson.
But everything changed when they reached a section known as the Tube, an extremely narrow passage that required crawling forward on their stomachs. To make matters worse, part of the passage was filled with water, making visibility and breathing even more difficult. Despite the dangerous conditions, the group decided to continue. The thinnest member went first and managed to squeeze through. Bob Johnson went next.
What? I feel like you send the fattest guy first. I'm not trying to be fucked when I say that. Why the fuck are we sending the thinnest guy? That ain't letting us know if everybody can fit through it. You send the dude that's big as shit. You send the guy, dude, if it's like me and my friend that's like 6'5", 250, I'm sending him first. Because what the fuck it matter if I could get by it? If he can't, I gotta turn around.
And he was far less fortunate. At first, he made steady
And then say he does get stuck, I can pull his ass out.
progress through the tube, but soon he began to struggle, even in the slightly wider sections.
And then that would make me less nervous. Because I wouldn't want to do it and then be like, oh my God, I barely made it through there. Because if a guy that's like 50 pounds more than me makes it through, I'd be like, oh, well, I'm definitely going to make it through this.
Somehow he reached the narrowest part of the passage, and that's where his luck ran out.
Why would they keep going forward? I'd be like, nah, pull me back.
He became completely wedged from the waist down, and every attempt to free himself only made things worse. Being stuck in such a tight space is already horrifying. The feeling of solid rock squeezing your body, the walls closing in, you can't move, you can barely breathe, and panic begins to creep in. For Bob, the nightmare was just beginning. On top of being trapped, he now had to face a far more terrifying threat: rising water. Water makes any caving trip infinitely more dangerous. In a dry cave, even if you get stuck, at least you have time to think, time to plan. But when water starts rising, the situation becomes deadly within minutes. Imagine freezing water slowly climbing up your body while you are trapped in solid rock, unable to move.
Oh my God, I never even thought about how the water's probably like fucking 40 degrees, bro. You're like deep in a cave in England in the winter or like the fall, dude, the water's probably fucking ice cold.
The terror is indescribable. Bob knew he had only a short...
I don't know why I was thinking it would be like, oh, like a cave in like Costa Rica, like hot in the jungle. The water's gonna be warm.
Short time before drowning became a real possibility.
Wow.
And he fought desperately to free himself. But the water soaked through his clothing, making him heavier, and his escape attempts even more hopeless. Just when the situation seemed completely hopeless, one of the team members had an idea. The idea that would ultimately save Bob's life.
Yeah, it looks tight. Billy, I get it. Pull it!
Instead of trying to push him forward, the team members behind him began carefully pulling him back the way he came, and it worked.
The crazy intelligent idea they had to save his life. I'm like, damn, what are they going to come up with? They're going to like tell him they're going to like cut his clothes or something. I feel like if he couldn't get through, the first thing any human is saying is, all right, well, let's just pull you back the way you came. Like if you're stuck going through, I'd be like, well, let's just turn around. You know, just pull him back. Like, why would you keep trying to go forward? What? I'm happy he's okay, but like, why was he still, I thought they had already tried that. You know what I mean? I thought that was like an unspoken thing. Like he couldn't get through, then they couldn't get him back. So it's like, all right, well, the logical thing is now he has to keep going.
Worked. Bob was finally freed, though his ordeal was far from over. Later, he shared in the comments that he and the two teammates who rescued him had to crawl for another 3 hours to escape the cave through an alternative
3 hours
route. This incident left such a deep psychological scar that even today, Bob says he can't watch the footage from that day without experiencing severe anxiety. This unsettling video was filmed by Jacob, an experienced explorer obsessed with uncovering the secrets of abandoned mines. For nearly 20 years, he had descended into forgotten tunnels, documenting his journeys and sharing the hidden history of these places with his viewers. But this time was different. This time he encountered something he would never forget. On the cold, rainy evening of December 5th, 2017, Jacob drove down a dark, deserted road toward another abandoned mine, unaware of what awaited him underground.
The forest is slowly overtaking the old mine ruins at the Waldeck mine.
Okay, that's the portal to the Waldeck mine. I'm inside.
Bro's calling it a portal. It's over.
The wind has kind of died down a little bit, and
All right, so I'm gonna walk through this weird cavern into this nether portal, and then we're gonna be in the mine.
it's not raining, so I managed.
I've been told if you explore this cave at 3 in the morning, you get sent to like an alternate universe
to stay dry.
I'm trying to find the back rooms.
Of course, I'm inside this little alcove, kind of. But anyway, you come down this little incline path, and then big boulders here you have to climb over, and then the tunnel's right behind me this way. So let's check it out. Let's get in here.
At first, everything seemed normal, almost calm, but the deeper he ventured, the stronger a strange feeling of unease grew inside him as he passed beneath rotting wooden beams, barely holding back the crushing weight of the earth. After more than 15 minutes of walking, something strange appeared on camera.
We're going to take this branch.
Oh my god, like an animal!
Tunnel that we skipped on the way in.
Did you see the white light or another person? Do you see the white light appear further down the main haulage tunnel in the dark on the right side of the screen as I pan to the left?
I'm assuming that X means a dead end or somebody died.
A faint flash of light deep in the tunnel, like a
Oh my god, I did see that.
like a distant. A faint flash of light deep in the tunnel,
It's right there, you see it? Wait.
like a distant. A faint flash of light deep in the tunnel, like a distant flashlight beam. Though Jacob didn't notice it at the time, moments later, disturbing sounds began to echo through the tunnel. Soft, whisper-like noises coming from somewhere just out of sight.
Do you hear that? Sounds like,
Stop fucking moving!
What, is that wind?
It sounds like wind. No, it sounds like somebody's watching like a video on their phone.
Can you, I don't know if you can hear that on the camera. Do you hear that?
Oh my god, and then it got quiet.
It stopped. Well, I don't know what that is. That doesn't sound like wind, but...
Bro, I'm pretty sure that's saying, you see me, you see me. Yo, him going... I don't think that's wind. What if that's like a demon or a fucking ghost down there? Yo, that motherfucker's probably so confused.
Well,
that's gotta be fake.
What that is. That doesn't sound like wind, but... That's crazy. Don't know if that's a bird or...
A bird? You're underground.
What that is. It almost sounds like snakes, but... Wow. I've heard some weird stuff in mines, but that is definitely creepy. I don't know what that is. So let's get out of here and head back out to the portal. That was weird. I think I keep hearing something. That was strange. I hear the air blowing here. Wow. I'm getting out of here, and you can really hear that airflow. I'm getting out of here and heading home.
Uneasy,
Yo, you could fake the fuck out of like really good YouTube horror videos if you and your friend went down here, did this video, but your friend just acted like he didn't know you and like was like really disheveled, covered in dirt or something.
Jacob turned back toward
And then you shine the flashlight and he's just standing there.
the entrance, but on his way out, he noticed another tunnel he had missed before, and cautiously decided to investigate.
Looking down the tunnel here.
What the fuck is this? This really does look like a fucking, like, AI-generated back rooms, dude. This is really an abandoned cave. This is so creepy. Like, this is out of a walk-through horror game. Oh my god, is there somebody standing there?
I don't know why that one chain is swinging back there. Don't know if you can see that in the video or not.
Inside, steel chains hung from the ceiling, ordinary at first glance, until he saw one of them slowly swaying back and forth, as if someone had just touched it. That was
Oh, I'm thinking, like, it looks like there's a tube, like somebody's
enough
holding
for
it.
Jacob. Realizing he was not alone, he immediately left the mine and never looked back. To this day, he still has no explanation for what happened in that tunnel. It remains an unsolved mystery.
I like that so much more. I like the like, ooh, that's spooky. What was that? Versus Bob couldn't fit through the tunnel. He almost fucking drowned.
This unsettling 30-minute video was filmed by a man named Daniel, who entered a cave with 2 of his friends despite having no proper caving experience or equipment. Only a few minutes after going
they've never been in a cave before.
Underground, they got
Awesome.
lost, as anyone would expect. While searching for a way out, Daniel discovered a small chamber crawling with massive spiders.
Oh! I'm not scared of spiders, but there's a shitload of them.
Where?
Okay, spiders, don't touch me and I won't touch you.
And to make things even worse, one of his friends nearly became stuck between the cave walls. At first, the group tried to stay calm and act as if everything was under control. But as the video goes on, the tension rises and panic slowly begins to take over. Fortunately, after a terrifying struggle in the darkness, all 3 of them eventually managed to find their way out unharmed.
That one wasn't that bad. I think if you're like, if you have like arachnophobia, that'd be really rough. At least, no matter how bad and tough it gets, at least you're not in a cave. Cave divers, when they have a 500K house, loving wife, 3 adorable kids, and the cave is named "Do Not Go In There, You'll Die" in the worst way possible. Oh my When AI gets an innocent man arrested, lock in.
So, very, very peculiar. Peppermill has this pretty sophisticated artificial intelligence software that analyzes faces of previous trespassers, and they get a 100% match on this guy who, whenever they trespassed them before, presented an ID that had a different name. They look like the same exact guy.
I am not Mike. I don't know nothing about Mike.
So either he is who he says he is, and he's not have ever actually trespassed, which I doubt because their software is pretty cool. And
their software's pretty cool. Software's pretty cool. You know, Mike probably has a fake ID that says he's a different guy. He's probably putting on this whole facade so he could trespass in this building again.
the fact that he's acting super suspicious. I'll be 100% honest.
He's acting super suspicious. He's acting how any person would, under the presumption that you're getting trespassed for something you didn't, or you're getting trespassed when you didn't. You're getting accused for a crime that you didn't commit. Yes, you're probably going to be a little fucking angry, or you know, I guess rejecting, defensive. You're being a little suspicious. You're being a little defensive. Maybe because he didn't fucking do it.
Could legitimately be you have a doppelganger running around.
Well, unless I've gone crazy, I'm pretty sure it's not me.
Nightmare
Oh my god, they actually brought him to jail. Dude, he's probably gonna sue the out of these people.
Reality at a Reno, Nevada casino when AI facial recognition technology misidentifies someone, leading to a wrongful arrest and lands an innocent man behind bars.
I don't want to say that this is good for him, because this sucks. Like, this shouldn't happen to anybody. But isn't he going to get an absolute bag? Like, I don't see how he's not going to make millions of dollars off of this fucking casino or whatever that trespassed him, because they illegally detained him off of AI and brought him to jail.
What the get his ID.
And he showed identification, right? He proved he was who he says he is, and they still just arrested him.
Then why do I even carry that mother?
The following is based on official police records, and the footage has never been seen before until now. Please.
I don't understand why they can't just scan his ID. Don't cops have that, like, in the system? It'd be different if he had a fake ID of a person that didn't exist. You know, they're like, this, hey, here's my ID. They scan it, it bounces. And they're like, this isn't a real person. Versus him literally being like, he's like, dude, I'm not Mike. This is who I am. And they scan it, and they're like, oh, yeah, no, that's you.
Note that all persons charged with a crime are presumed innocent unless and until proven guilty in a court of law. On September 17, 2023, the Peppermill Casino calls the Reno Police Department to report that a trespasser has unlawfully returned to the casino. They report that they have the man in custody, but he's claiming...
Yeah, I don't think it really helps that AI is scanning images of this guy in 240p. Like, he has a very regular white guy look. You know, I don't think AI, a very sophisticated AI system,
to go by an entirely different name than the man they've previously trespassed. Officer Richard Jagger arrived.
White guy in a black shirt. ChatGPT, 100% match. 100% match. That's him.
Arrives at the casino at 5:48 a.m.
Hola, ¿cómo estás?
How you doing?
What?
Oh, thank God you're here.
The man declaring his relief at the sight of the officer is 40-year-old Jason Killinger, who is accused of...
Oh my God, no! And he's happy the cop's there because the fucking casino security fucking detained him. So he's just been sitting in the back room like, oh, thank fuck, the cops are here.
Trespassing at the Peppermill Casino.
So,
oh my God.
What's going on?
So we got this system generated alert, prior trespasser.
Okay.
And we made contact with him, arrested him, and he claimed that wasn't him. And
what does my
so
name
we're just
say?
trying to.
If they have him trespassed, shouldn't they have, like, I mean, I don't know if they're legally allowed to do this at a casino, but if they're trespassing somebody, shouldn't they have fingerprints of him? And then they would just see that it's not him?
Get you guys to make fun claim if it's really him or not.
So what's the issue, you guys? Did he have a different driver's license or a secondary one, or has he got more property than just this one?
Just that, those effects right there, and that's it.
One second, pal.
But no other forms of identification. Things in his pocket.
And you guys ran this information through our dispatch?
Through your guys' dispatch?
Couldn't the casino run his ID and see that it's a real ID? Wait, what? When you gamble and they ask for your ID, they'll put it into a machine that fucking scans your ID. And so I feel like I don't understand why they couldn't just scan this guy's ID and be like, no, that's real. Like, it's not a fake. Like, even bars have that. Not all bars, but like club bars that have bouncers. Like, they just scan your ID.
No.
Fakes can scan, though? Yeah, fakes can scan when you're 19 trying to fucking get into a bar and drink because you're a teenager. What fucking 45-year-old man is getting a fake so he could go to a fucking Peppermill casino? Like, what?
But after hours, comes back as that being who he says he is.
So he's saying he ran it, and we ran it, and it's saying he's not the guy that we trespassed, but it's weird because the AI's saying it isn't.
It's on his ID, but that's what we went off right there.
Yeah, and this is one of those things, you guys have this fancy software that does all this stuff, so it's like...
Officer, what's your name?
1 second, man.
A few months earlier, a man named Michael had been trespassed from the casino for...
They do look eerily similar. They do look eerily similar.
...sleeping on the premises.
All right, man.
I don't know. Oh, they look so similar. Fuck.
So this is who you are?
There's probably 1 million people that look like that. That's what I'm saying, bro. Isn't there a type of face that you interact with on a daily basis that's like so common? And I'm not saying like, oh, you have a common face, but like, dude, old people, like an old white man wearing a hat. There's like, dude, you could think of a guy, like think of that face. There's probably 1 million people that look like that. Like, side by side, you'd be like, are you twins?
On the premises.
All right, man. So this is who you are?
Yes. What your Miss Jagger is your first name or last name?
Last name.
All right, Mr. Jagger. Yes, that is who I am. I drive the semis for UPS. I am not Mike. I don't know nothing about Mike. I'm a craps player here. Look, there's my socks for UPS. Can you please, you got a gun here. Will you please take me out of these cuffs? My shoulders are killing me.
You're going to sit there for a minute, man. So when he gave you this information, did you guys verify it against an ID, or how does that work?
So in that report there's an ID on there as well, and we can show you that one.
Okay.
Jason, a long combination vehicle driver, had been playing craps until about 3 a.m. when he decided to leave the Pepper Mill and go to the Atlantis casino. On his way out, he stopped at a blackjack machine and started playing. There, he was approached by a security guard who addressed him as Mike. When Jason clarified that he was not Mike and presented the guard with his driver's license, the guard apologized and walked away.
Should have been it. Should have been it. Yo, are you Mike? No. Can I see your ID? Regular security's allowed to ask for your ID at a casino. Give him the ID. Oh, okay, sorry. Walks away.
However, as
how does it keep going?
Jason attempted to leave, he was surrounded by security guards and handcuffed. He was told that he was under arrest for trespassing.
Just need a break. My shoulders are killing me.
What do you think the actual Mike got trespassed for? Just being like belligerent, like getting too drunk at the casino?
So that's the ID that he presented.
Oh, it said sleeping? Sleeping? You get trespassed for falling asleep? I go to Atlantic City, and there are people that actually piss themselves at the slot machine and keep playing. But if you fall asleep, like a homeless guy?
Hey, look at the nose.
Yeah. Huh. Weird. Very weird. All right, let me snap a picture of that. I'll run both names.
The casino's AI facial recognition software positively identified.
Nah, actually, when you do look at it again, this guy's skull is wider.
Jason as Michael, the man they had trespassed.
Let me step out this way I get better reception.
Yeah. The only thing that was weird is that we'll have to, lift him up and see how tall he is.
Yeah.
They didn't measure his height to see.
Because that says he's 5'9", and that says 6'1".
Yeah.
Oh my God. I mean, why did they even call the cops? I feel like that is 5'9" and 6'1". What? I'd be like, yeah, let's just measure me. The guy's 5'9". I'm not 5'9".
This isn't the only difference between Michael and Jason's IDs.
All right, now that I'm seeing both of their IDs, they look nothing alike. Like, these are clearly two different people. Oh my God.
Jason is listed as 7 years younger than Michael.
He has blue eyes. He's 7 years younger. He's fucking, 4 inches taller and 50 pounds more.
And says that he weighs 50 pounds more. As well, the signatures are different. In his report, Officer Jagger wrote, quote, "The associated demographics on each driver's license were fairly similar, with the only major distinction being hazel and blue eyes, which are by their very nature similar eye colors and are dependent upon lighting."
And the pictures are...
Imagine Jagger goes to the guy, he's like, you get that leg lengthening surgery, boy? So you put on a few pounds, change your eye color. You're wearing fucking contacts, aren't you? I bet you fucking got that metal rod shoved in your fucking leg. That's why you're 6'1", just so you could come back to the Pepper Mill, eh?
Harry, I mean, the nose.
Right.
You want to keep playing fucking craps? I bet your dumb ass wants to. I bet you have plans to fall asleep here again.
And then we have
call you a little napper.
Our new system, our new facial recognition system, and that's what it's telling us. It's telling us that it's looking at it, and it's doing that. And then there was another one that came up when he was at the RTRK, which is one of our better cameras. This is right before we arrested him. We looked at it and said, that's him.
99.8%. Dude, from the imagery, it does look like him.
And it came up
100%. Okay.
100% match.
Yeah. So the software's saying it's legit.
Right. And it's
so he
pretty damn accurate.
So either he presented a fake
AI from 2023. I feel like AI from 2023 was not that good.
The fake identification the first time, or he's presented.
When was like the Will Smith video where it was like he was eating spaghetti and it looked really bad.
And it now, even
I
if
feel like that was like 2022, 2023.
he had like a twin, it wouldn't be 100.
Not 2020. AI did not exist. Like AI in the way that like AI generative video AI, that was not a thing in 2020.
100% on the facial, right?
I wouldn't think so, but I don't know, because they say twins share DNA.
Facial recognition, not generative AI. Yeah, well, I'm just saying like the scaling of AI in general.
Right.
But
well,
like,
I guess it depends upon if they're identical.
I've seen identical twins where it's like moms can tell them apart.
Right.
So it's,
I mean, are these two people fucking stupid? He has an entirely different first and obviously different first name. He has an entirely different last name. Why are they saying they're fucking identical twins?
The thing that kind of made us feel suspicious, or us managers, was right after our officers made contact and they saw the ID that he's presenting today. And they're like, okay, it's not the same guy. He immediately gets up and starts cashing out, like running for the door. I'm like, okay, if it really wasn't him, why is he running for the door?
Why is he getting ready to leave?
Jason.
Probably vibe killer. He was going to leave anyway, playing a little bit. That might be like a gambler sign to leave. Genuinely. You're at a casino, bro. People take signs to leave and gamble or stay or go to another table. Bro, like a dime could fall on the floor and they'd be like, that's a sign. I got to bet it all on 10. You know? Some shit. You know, the security guard walks up to him. Hey, man, what's your ID? I'm probably going to call it a night anyway.
And would later explain that earlier that
Fucking
night,
3 in the morning.
he played at the Legends Bay Casino, the Nugget Casino, and the El Dorado Casino before
Okay, this guy's a gambler. This guy went to 4 casinos in one day.
arriving at the Peppermill around 11:30 p.m. He
God damn.
claimed that each time he was up $200, he would move on to a new casino. And
Nah, that's a fucking strategy, though. Because it forces you to pull out. Like, you don't keep going. Wow.
just before his arrest,
So he's up $800.
he had made $200. He also estimated that prior to the 16th, he had gambled hundreds of times at the Peppermill without incident. After speaking with the Peppermill employee, Officer Jagger calls to check the police records.
Yo, I wish I had that mentality, bro. Because there's been so many times where I am up at a casino and I keep gambling and then I lose it all. Like, if you have a hard set, this guy's top 10 worst years in human history.
Around for roughly 200,000 years. And honestly, most...
Let me guess a few of them. Something with the Black Plague. World War II, when the bombs dropped. In human history, I was going to say in history, probably when the meteor hit the dinosaurs. Humans weren't around then. 2008. Why? The housing market crash? Y2K, when the world didn't end.
that time was spent dying in pools of our own diarrhea.
2020. I don't think like COVID years are top 10 worst years in human history. Yeah, Holocaust. That's why I said World War II.
So when you think of the worst years in human history, it's basically all of them. But that would be a boring video. So let's be prisoners of the moment and allow recency bias to cloud our analysis as we rank the top 10 worst years to be alive in human history. Number 10, 1918. This year kicks off with a
I feel like that was a pretty fire year now. Wasn't that right before the Roaring 20s? Roaring 20s was like a great time to fucking like be a middle-class American.
little something called the Spanish flu.
Unless you were black or a woman or a minority or a non-white man or disabled. Okay, so maybe it wasn't a great time to be alive during the 1920s.
Surprisingly, this flu wasn't
or gay. Yeah, okay.
actually from Spain, but it was still no bueno. Exact numbers for the death toll are kind of hard to pin down.
Oh, Spanish flu.
But estimates range from 20 to 50 million human deaths globally. The Spanish flu was
50 million deaths. How many people died from COVID? 7.1 million. Wow. So Spanish flu was like 6 times that? No, 7 point something times.
particularly deadly for 2 reasons. 1, it was a brand new strain of the flu, and 2, the conditions of the Great War made it so much easier for the disease to spread. Soldiers returning home brought the flu with them, infecting people in remote areas who had no immunity to the virus. What was extra special about the Spanish flu was that it was unusually deadly for young adults compared to other flu viruses of the time, leading to a significantly higher death toll. This disease...
Chat, if you got the Spanish flu, do you think you would eat that shit? I think I got a pretty weak immune system when it comes to, like, big illnesses. I had COVID twice, and I was fine. But that was COVID. Spanish flu, like, part of me, okay, I would never want it, but part of me is like, would I die with the Black Plague? Yeah. Yeah. No modern medicine, right? Like, let's say you get the Spanish flu, but you're not allowed to take, like, Advil, Tylenol, nothing. Like, you're just you're ripping it. You know, like, you're lasting that shit out. It's wraps. Most of us are dying.
It was terrifying for doctors.
Black Plague has to be on this. The Black Plague was so bad that people thought it was an evil that brought the end of the world, bro. That many people fucking died. There were bodies in the streets, piles of dead people. When the Black Plague was like the devil himself coming back to Earth, bro. Like a third, it was a third of Europe. I'm pretty sure it was more than a third of Europe. I think it was maybe a third of Europe as a whole, but a ton of, like, certain areas, like, almost everybody died. How many people in Europe died of the Black Plague? 50 million people, but this was in the 1300s. So 50 million people in the 1300s is way more than the 1900s. 30 to 60% of the continent's population of Europe died. Florence, for example, lost up to 60% of its population, similar to London. So, like, heavily populated cities lost, like, more than half of their people.
Just because of how quickly it spread, or how quickly their
It was a third of the world. That's what it was.
patients died, but the process of how people died from it. Heliotrope cyanosis was a symptom of the Spanish flu, where a patient's skin would slowly turn purple as their lungs filled with fluid, preventing them from getting enough oxygen into their bloodstream. The blue/purple color would start in their lips and fingers, but eventually spread across their whole body as they neared death. After the patient passed, their entire body would then quickly turn from purple to black. Truly horrific stuff. To make matters worse, 1918 was also the final year of World War I, which saw another 5 million global casualties and made most of Europe no fun. Also in this year, you had the Russian Revolution going on, which ended the House of Romanov for good with the assassination of Nicholas II and his family this year. This revolution allowed Vladimir Lenin to take power, where he established a totalitarian dictatorship that oversaw the mass killing of political dissidents. The revolution was marked by brutal civil war and famine, which killed millions more. And finally, the Treaty of Versailles was being drafted, which, while not initially terrible, put Germany in a super bad mood that had some pretty major downstream consequences. But more on that later. Number 9, 1492.
What happened in 1492? I feel like there's a gap. I feel like there's a gap in human knowledge. Like, most humans know a lot of shit that happened between 1800 and, like, today. And then you know a little bit about the 1600s and, like, Jamestown and, you know, fucking witch trial shit, blah, blah, blah. You know, you could even go back to, like, certain, like, poets or people that were alive, like musicians in, like, 1300s. 1492, Columbus. Columbus sailed the ocean blue in 1492. Ooh. That one slipped the brain for a minute there. Yeah.
We all know in 1492, Columbus sailed the ocean blue. But by doing
you gotta say the rhyme for me to know. You can't just show me the date.
that, Columbus also opened up a portal to hell for nearly everyone who is currently living in the Americas.
Yo, that motherfucker was a horrible person, bro. They don't teach. Yo, they deadass didn't teach. I feel like now they probably do. I remember when I was a kid, bro, they did not teach about Columbus being a horrible person. They were like, Columbus founded the Americas. That motherfucker lied to the Native Americans and said that the fucking moon was gonna, or the sun was gonna disappear, or the moon was gonna disappear. They lied. He was like, hey, the sun's gonna disappear if you don't fucking give us food. And they were like, no, it won't. Because who the fuck would believe that? And he just knew knowledge about astronomy, and he said his god was more powerful than theirs. And then there was a fucking solar eclipse, and the sun disappeared. And then they fucking gave him all their food, and then died.
Every indigenous person that came in contact with the Europeans.
I thought he said the moon would be of blood. I'm pretty sure he just predicted a solar eclipse. Yeah, in 1504, there was a total lunar eclipse. Lunar eclipse. During his fourth voyage, Christopher Columbus induced the inhabitants of Jamaica to continue provisioning him and his hungry men, intimidating them by predicting a total lunar eclipse. Some claim Columbus used the ephemeris of the German astronomer, But Columbus himself attributed the production to the Almanac of Abraham Zacuto. He got beached, blah, blah, blah. They needed food. They couldn't give it to him. And then he, like, basically just, like,
settler was
lied
either
to them. He would also, like, you know, do some pretty fucked up shit in general.
killed by a disease, killed in the slave trade, killed in war, or died of a broken heart. And while it certainly didn't all happen in 1 year, the introduction of European settlers to the Americas ended up killing 90% of the indigenous population.
Even if it was a peaceful interaction, Europeans brought over diseases that the Native Americans hadn't encountered yet. And then they all died. Same thing with, like, a lot of encounters with, like, Amazonian, like, tribes. Like, you just, like, go see them. You could be peaceful, and then they're all just gonna get, like, fucking smallpox and die.
Diseases like smallpox, measles, and influenza decimated communities that had no immunity to these foreign illnesses. I guess one could argue that the events of 1492 had positive effects.
It was not peaceful. I'm saying there was multiple interactions. There were instances of peaceful interactions. Many were not.
On much of humanity.
Not with Columbus. I'm talking about, like, people just arriving to the Americas.
Leading to the age of exploration and the eventual globalization of trade and culture that brought us things like pizza and chocolate. However, the near extinction of an entire continent civilization does put it on our list. Number 8, 2008. This is probably the
housing market crash. I feel like we're jumping pretty heavily here. The housing market crash of 2008 was worse than smallpox.
Height of recency bias, but
and Vladimir Lenin.
Who cares? It sucked. 2008 was the year the entire world realized that rich people just basically make up how much money there is. And for a number of reasons too complicated to go into in this video, something called Lehman Brothers went out of business, and then the entire global economy collapsed. Stock markets around the world crashed. The American auto industry nearly went belly up, and the cost of food and gas.
And the bubble of borrowing money or having debt to buy assets is like what's happening right now with the AI bubble. I'm not trying to, like, make people panic, but the shit that happened right before the 2008 housing market crash where people were taking on debt to buy houses and assets is exactly what's happening right now with big businesses. So if it fails, they're fucked.
Went through the roof. It was the worst financial crisis since the Great Depression, causing millions of Americans to lose their jobs and homes. Also, if you've ever wondered, why do houses cost so much these days? Well, in the aftermath of the 2008 mortgage crisis, new home construction basically stopped for about 10 years because nobody could get a loan. And since there wasn't a 10-year hiatus on unprotected sex, we now have way too many people and way too few houses. So thanks again, 2008, for still ruining all of our lives. What? China and Australia's economy actually grew during the Great Recession? What do you mean America isn't the center of the universe? Number 7, 73,000 BC.
Yeah, I feel like that's a little absurd to put the 2008 housing market crisis as one of the worst years in human history. Like, I wouldn't even say that's, like, top 50. Like, you could say 30s was, like, the Great Depression, because that was bad for the world as well.
Okay, so we're a little loosey-goosey on the exact year, but trust me, whenever it was bad. Rewind
73,000 BC. I love how we're jumping around history right now. We got Spanish flu, we have Christopher Columbus, 2008, and now 73,000 BC.
Clock 70 or so millennia, and you'll witness what's known as a super
Pompeii? When was Pompeii? Wait, is this Pompeii?
Volcano eruption.
No, Pompeii was not 73,000 BC. 73,000 BC, there wasn't fucking cities yet. When was Pompeii? That was probably like fucking 3,000 years ago. 79 CE, so 2,000 years ago.
This particular event is known as the Toba catastrophe and is probably the thing Indonesia is second most famous for after Komodo dragons. This eruption set off a 10-year volcanic winter that nearly eliminated the entire human species. The Toba eruption released so much volcanic ash into the atmosphere that it blocked sunlight, leading to a drastic drop in global temperatures. The few survivors faced harsh conditions, with scarce food and resources, struggling to maintain their communities. The entire human population left on Earth was somewhere between 3,000 and 10,000 people, or roughly the size of Brandon, South Dakota.
And we're all descendants of them. Wow. We're all related to those people. That's what I feel like. That's so cool that like every person has a common ancestor, like what, 60 people ago or something. Like there's somebody that so we're all related in some way. Yeah. But not in a sense of like incest. But then I'm pretty sure this era is when they were making like was it whale bones? No, I think it might have been like, what's that motherfucker from Ice Age? A mammoth. Mammoth bone huts. Yeah, people used to live in this. Stuff that looked like this. Ukraine. Mammoth bone structure homes. This is like when it was like really fucking cold out. They would make shit like this out of just straight animal remains because it was so insulative. And they would put like hides and other stuff on the outside because it was just cold as fuck.
You've never heard of Brandon, South Dakota? Okay, Madison Square Garden can hold around 20,000 people, so the entire population left on Earth after that eruption could fit in MSG twice. This phenomenon is known as a genetic bottleneck, and is also why we're all kind of related. Number 6, 1929. The Roaring Twenties came to an abrupt end in 1929 when the U.S. stock market crashed, setting off, stop me if you've heard this before, a global economic collapse. The Great Depression that followed was a decade-long economic—
Oh no! Oh no! American steel is down! Is down! Let me go withdraw all my money from the bank. And then they had no money.
Disaster that affected almost every country in the world.
Yeah, imagine pulling up to a bank going, I want to withdraw my money. And they go, we don't have it. Huh?
Mental health was—
we don't have it. Huh?
At an all-time low immediately following the market crash. Self-deletion rates were so high that some hotel operators in New York City would ask guests if they needed a room for sleeping or jumping out of. That's real. In the U.S., 1 in 4 people became unemployed.
Until you hear about sexercise. The main purpose of this workout is allegedly—
new pose unlocked. Never seen this before.
To strengthen couple bonding, allegedly. If you can actually sit down and watch a workout video, you'll see that it's basically just borderline with clothes on, Miss Tybo. A lot of exercises involve the woman climbing on top of the man or the woman being lifted in some kind of convoluted way, you know. There's also lots of grinding and even overtly—
this is out of Planet Fitness. This is insane.
Sexual positions, but because people are lifting or stretching with clothes on, it's considered exercise. Within the community, they even use sexual terms like quickie to describe quick workouts. Some coaches literally use sex positions as work.
What is the woman gaining from this?
Coaches literally use sex positions as workouts and have people do crunches or stretch while in that position. Everyone who practices exercise claims it's a good way to work out and get close with your partner, but it seems like actually just having sex would be a more effective.
Bringing sexy back, 5th annual Valentine's Day sexercise workshop. You know there's people that are soft pitching an orgy. At the 5th annual sexercise, there's somebody that's like just slow while reading the room. Kind of thinking of doing like we all leave our keys in a bowl of sorts, just to kind of like hang out. Oh, so a swingers part? No.
Workout for couple.
Well, I mean, like what would you? How would you perceive that?
Bond with each other, unless it's a whole like peacocking thing where it's like let them look. Where's the thrill? When it comes to workout classes, nothing is as cult-like as SoulCycle. SoulCycle is a boutique.
SoulCycle's big. SoulCycle's really big.
Indoor cycling class that was founded in 2006. Was started from humble beginnings, evolved into—
But I think that SoulCycle makes sense in that like they're hard cycling.
An empire ranking in a net worth of over $100 million during their peak in the mid-2010s. The classes themselves aren't just cycling. They're high-intensity workouts that include a variety of dance choreography too. It's absurd. A typical spin class consists of loud music and an instructor that leads the group and motivates you to keep going.
I think my ideal like cycle workout class would be we all get on the bike. It's dead silent. They throw on the highest interval rave music I've ever heard in my life. Like and I'm just it's like go. You have 5 minutes. Whoever gets the furthest gets a coupon. I pay $30, but I could walk away. I'd be like, all right, I'm in. I just rip it. Just the entire, literally just like, oh, I get a $25 Texas Roadhouse gift card if I win.
At SoulCycle, everything
All right, that's not the vibe I was getting originally.
is turned up to 11. There are countless videos showcasing the way SoulCycle throws money into the production of their classes. Some SoulCycle classes look like a full-on concert, with instructors dancing in elaborate costumes on the main stage alongside riders, and others will hire and bring in bands to play during the class. Live at concert. You're at your live music. There are also in-studio raves, where crew members run through the crowds of riders swinging glow sticks. They even provide props like money shooters that spray dollar bills all over the room. In some cases, instructors literally run into the back rooms during performances so crew members can help them quickly change outfits like a NASCAR fucking pit crew, dude. This over-the-top energy may seem cringe to some, but for the rider—
Oh, this is rich people shit. This is like LA, Miami. Yeah, this ain't like regular local, bro. They got a band.
It's therapeutic and it's like a spiritual experience. Former CEO Elizabeth Cutler had once claimed that, quote,
And the bike is such a metaphor for life.
and there's just rave music. Some instructors will go into passionate motivational speeches during their classes, screaming at the riders that they're strong and they're valued.
Even though life might be kicking us down right now, even though...
Oh, that would piss me off, bro. I understand, like, I think there's a time and the place for, like, a sappy motivational speech. If I'm, like, halfway through the fucking cycling workout and she's like, I know we've been all I'd be like, bro, I'm trying to work out.
Sometimes things get a little religious, with instructors dramatically reading Bible,
like, literally hard cut the rave music off.
Verses to keep people moving.
Full vibe change.
Psalm 118:6 says,
Church SoulCycle? What, I'm gonna fucking receive communion on the fucking bike? What are we doing?
Lord is with me. I will not be afraid.
And on TikTok, people gush about how valuable the classes have been for them, with one comparing the classes to a fucking synagogue.
I just got out of synagogue. It's this small Reformed synagogue called SoulCycle West Hollywood, and the rabbi's name is David, and he had the most third eye-opening sermon.
SoulCycle. Writers often admit online that the
SoulCycle changed my life. My vibration. I love how the music's so loud I can sing and scream and let it all go. I also love feeling a part of a community and seeing the same faces every day / week. I think that's not specific to SoulCycle. I think that's just like having a club. It inspires me to keep showing up. Would love to hear how others got involved and how soul has impacted your life. What's your favorite parts of SoulCycle? What difference did it make in your life?
classes have changed their entire lives for the better, not just through weight loss, but the way that they can scream and sing along with other riders to let go of their problems. They've even claimed that they've chosen SoulCycle over actual therapy.
I'd be better. You're exercising.
I love the Balatra music in the back right now.
You're partying. You're having fun.
This is the best time of my life.
You might even get laid.
I think I might get some pussy. If this sounds incredible to you, I'm sure you're curious about the pricing. Well, the cost of the classes is pretty steep.
Let me guess. Rich people. I doubt it's. Do you think it's monthly or like per session? I'm gonna guess it's like $100 a session. There's probably 4 sessions a month, so you could do individual session or you could sign up for month. I think if it's monthly, it's probably like $250. If you're buying by month.
Single SoulCycle class, which lasts about 45 minutes to an hour, costs about...
Oh, that's a lot shorter than I thought it would be. I thought a session would be like 2 hours. 45-minite class? That's like a very regular gym class.
$42. While it's true that the...
Wait, whoa, how much?
While it's true that the... which lasts about 45 minutes to an hour, costs about $42. While it's true that the...
40... What did he say? $42?
Cost about $42. While it's true that the production of the classes totally captures the hearts and minds of their riders, it's the instructors themselves that keep them coming back for more.
I don't think he said 4,200, chat.
It's not an understatement to say that more instructors at SoulCycle are idolized.
Surely $42. $42 sounds more realistic. It's still very expensive. You're paying $42 for one class.
And treated like celebrities because of the charming and motivational persona.
There's no way it's $4,000 for a class. I'm Googling this. Yeah, $40. $42.
Griffin, one of the most well-known instructors, would sell out in a matter of minutes. She was so sought after by a number of celebrities who exclusively wanted to ride alongside her. Leo? Johnny Depp? People have claimed that Stacy could make the most reserved rider temporarily enter a trance-like state where they work harder than they've ever worked before. And for SoulCycle, their instructors are their biggest moneymakers. Top instructors can be paid up to $400 per class. Stacy, however, made a staggering $800 per class. Because they were essential for SoulCycle.
That's $800 in 1 hour. Wow.
Cycles of success, master instructors were treated like Hollywood stars. They would act like it too, partying all night and popping Adderall in the morning to push through their classes. This company culture ended up inflating their egos to the point of giving them a huge god complex, similar to many cult leaders. Some admitted that the fame made them feel like they could do anything that they wanted to with no repercussions. And one reporter claimed a male instructor gave her a spin class lap dance by gyrating all over her handlebars of her bike. You like that? While she was uncomfortable about it, their other riders squealed with joy. Eee, you're so lucky. His dick all over it. He's like, Mike's, the magic mic's on. Others would openly fat shame and use homophobic and racist slurs. And in one case, a master instructor referred to a black woman as Aunt Jemima.
Ooh.
Yikes. One staff member was tasked with giving their star instructor, Lori Zuckerman, a fruit salad only consisting of berries. When Lori found a single kiwi sitting at the bottom, he threw it across the room and shouted, "Whoever got this needs to be fired!"
Wow. That's like movie-esque ego. Like, I didn't think there's people that would do one kiwi in a bowl of berries. Like, it'd be different if you were, like, deathly allergic. You got a kiwi piece in your berry bowl, and you fucking break the glass, throw all the food on the ground.
In many cases, they would get drinks with and even sleep with their riders, something that the riders would brag about to the other riders in class. Yeah.
Shut up.
Who put this kiwi in here? SoulCycle riders long to be close to their favorite instructor, fighting over the height.
Dude, it's just mini parasociality. That's all it is. It's like the same shit as like Twitch streaming or fucking like K-pop or whatever, dude. It's just like they feel like a part of a community and the instructor's like a goal they could obtain.
Highly sought after and coveted front row. It introduces a type of cycling hierarchy where the most hard work.
Oh, that's so fucking weird. So if you're the closer you are to the instructor, the better you are as like an individual in this class. Like if you're back right to the class, you suck.
Working people are granted the ability to help lead the rhythm of the class. People will come to class extra early just to be the first ones to charge towards the front row bikes. For them,
damn, do you think they run there like it's Black Friday?
And their hard work praised by their instructor is everything to them. The most passionate ones even purchase $55 front row tanks from their merch store. Awesome. It's been said that instructors purposely keep the most attractive riders in the front row, often taking less desirable riders.
So what do they tell them? Hey, I see you're sitting next to my bike. I am the instructor today. You know, I've seen you in the class before, usually in the back left or right row, kind of where it's darker. You know, you can't really make out any faces over there. And, you know, I could kind of tell by your silhouette that you were, how do I put this? Slightly repulsive. Seeing you in the sunlight here, you're kind of looking more like a vampire. Could you maybe go back over there?
Riders switch spots.
Could you maybe not cycle near us, or
that's to achieve this. You love the energy. Let's put you in the back. Love that smile. You're awesome. Let's move you up. The need for a front row seat would often lead to riders being bullied verbally and sometimes confronted in person to the point where people broke out into tears. One rider who was thought to have been a master instructor's class favorite found that the other female riders put used tampons in her purse as revenge.
Yeah, I'm gonna be cycling next to Vanessa today, okay? So let's say I've made it to the top of the... She's like sifting through her purse. What? Just her hand just touches the wet, fucking blood-filled tampon.
Cycle. Soul Cycle is not nearly as popular as it was a decade ago. Poor business decisions and a string of controversies regarding their company culture and the effects of COVID lockdowns impacted them harshly. While still profitable, their numbers dwindle as they attempt to mimic the success of companies like Peloton and by creating bikes for home use as well. Listen, guys, a lot of home workout programs can feel like a gimmick, right? Sometimes it feels like people would rather do anything and pay anything just to avoid going to a traditional gym. I know I would, but you know what? Any way you can do something to just be more healthy, I say try it. While many of these can seem silly, at least it's motivating people to take that first step and make an effort to get healthy.
Yeah, I think you just don't want to get trapped in that mindset that, like, this is the best way to work out. You could be like, this is fun. But I think a lot of them are over-marketed to where it's like, hey, you're actually burning more. This is better for you than going on a run.
I suppose there's no harm in that, except for people like, you know, the Soul Cycle thing was probably a bit crazy. All in all, not a bad idea to just get up and be a little active. But until next time, my friends, stay active, stay healthy, and Tybo. We'll see you.
That was a W vid. All right. Next video.